Is it time for that next shiny new stream? I guess it is. Okay. So a little bit about what's going on. I hope this works. I might need to turn down some settings and stuff, but so far things seem smooth. But this is Path of Exile. And you can see there's already been some progress made, both in this map, we're getting into Mervil's lair. And I just wanted some time to myself to play it and enjoy it before I started streaming it. So this is a character. I have no idea what their path is going to be. But so far, what we have is a path straight to our first staff mastery. We do have a nice staff. And this also opens up a couple other staff mastery places, like this circle here. Staff mastery. And this staff mastery, which is really nice. And you can notice that this stops at chaos, because eventually, like, chaos drops are apparently rare. It's the rarest element type, so we don't have anything of chaos elements. So this is currently not being used, but we have the path to it. In the meantime, I could also go to cold over here, because I am mostly running cold at this point while I'm waiting to pick up chaos. I'm debating about it. Otherwise, the critical chance from staff mastery is also doing us a lot of good right now. I will also be picking up agility when I can, because a lot of the gems are requiring more dexterity to level up. So, who knows? We'll see how things go. I may end up leveling to cold mastery, and I'll definitely be picking up some dexterity. But don't expect any sort of master building here. I'm no master of Path of Exile. I've played a couple characters to level 20, and then I'm playing this, and that was in 2019, and then I'm picking up this character to see what I can do, because I've never done Chaos before. It sounds interesting. But anyway, you will notice that chat is off, global chat, except for dialogue subtitles from enemies, NPCs, etc. You will find that they will be popping up in the chat. Goodness, this character's ugly right now. If only there was a character creator. You might hear a Coca-Cola. Hold on. Ah, there we go. So for my nice comfort drink today, I have a nice Starlight limited edition flavor of Coca-Cola. This is from their Creations Lab. It's an experimental flavor that's limited for now. I do believe it is a strawberry, it's either a strawberry chocolate or a raspberry chocolate, but chocolate is definitely in there. And it makes the drink really, really smooth. I do like experimental, like, limited edition Coca-Colas. Whenever you can find it. Now, who goes there? Who joins the chat? I hope you're doing well. You and the VOD watchers. I hope you're all doing well. I hope you brought your comfort drink. Comfort food, maybe a blanket to sit down or do whatever and just enjoy yourself. Because I'll be doing my best to enjoy myself here with Path of Exile, which I've come to love for its surprising depth, even though I am a total noob at it. I've never gone past level 20. But so far, I think we're on a good path here for later. And we're entering what was that? Merveil's lair? Oh goodness. Okay, I need to get my bearings. Hold on. I was doing an intro and... Okay. So we do have an arrow, a bow. Oh god, I can't leave. So this bow is actually a level 2 bow and we're already level 13. But it was a rare drop with just a bundle of stats. So it's really stuck with us, actually. Good lord. I think I'll just prefer to stick with the bow for this fight. Gotta bring out that orb walking from League of Legends, you know. Don't let them hit you. Okay, we do have split arrow with a little minion skill, as you can see, as minion support that echoes or repeats whatever spell we cast with the bow. Right now it's split arrow, so we're basically sending out 10 arrows against crowds. And then I have fire arrow here that just ignites them, deals fire damage, which seems to be good against this person. Oh goodness. I'm struggling, hold on. Oh, this is not good. I'm cornered. Okay, just split arrow all the time, because she resists elemental damage. Oh, I am out of mana, I am out of life. Okay. More mana, and we've finished her off. Okay. I did not use my staff a single time there. Oh, excuse me. Whoa. I wasn't actually expecting that. Okay, wait. I'll need to figure out how to actually change that more effectively later. Wow. Oh goodness. Nope, I'm going back to the bow. I don't know how to change that effectively. I'm sorry. I'll actually look at the controls after this and just check it out. Whoops. See, I was doing this smoothly all day and then I streamed. And you have to start explaining yourself sometimes. Oh goodness. We have plenty of mana, so we can just keep on with the split arrows. And the excellent crowd control it provides. I don't have any levels or any skill points in bow, which is kind of a shame, because this bow has been really effective throughout Act 1. But I'm not sure about its scalability with the tree I want. Whew, the skill tree, which goes for staffs and chaos, which are close together, and then bow is all the way on the other side of the skill tree, so I'm not sure about that. I mean, eventually, I was kind of thinking of, let's see, dagger is also on the other side of the skill tree. I was maybe thinking of axe secondary. Alright. That's a quartz scepter. I haven't seen that yet. Soldier helmet. No. Wait, okay, which one? I think I would prefer this one. I mean, they'll both be good for trading in. Wood Splitter, the two-handed axe. And a Darkwood Scepter. How good is this one versus our current one? Oh, no, that's a staff. Okay. What do you think? I think you can just take those into, turn those into Nessa. Or some nice things that can help your account out later. So how's the audio? Is the audio okay, or do I need to adjust the music? Do I need to adjust anything in game?
Khaleesi's gem, Khaleesi's voice. I sang in her echo, performing arias that had once made the Empire weep. I listened to Khaleesi's lullabies in my dreams. I gave myself to her music, mind and body. Duresso left me for song with a promise to free me from Khaleesi. I begged him not to go, tried to show
One moment, I'm just tweeting this out.
Daughters he would soon meet. He couldn't see. None of them could see. I fled from their hatred. When Duresso
That diary be damp. Yes, it be. It certainly be. Hello, Rebecca. I believe that is your name. I am terrible with names. I'm sorry if that's not it. You're Rebecca. Okay. And we click the waypoint, and that actually reveals that we have entered Act 2. I think my past characters, the furthest they got was just a couple... What would you call these? Let's say a couple maps into Act 2. Or a couple areas. There we go. Also Reba. Okay. Yeah, so... We're chilling in Path of Exile. Again, I wish there were a character creator, but there's not. But this is what we have so far. We have a leather cap, chainmail tunic, a brood pole primitive staff, whose actual model in game does not match this inventory item icon at all. We have a greater life flask. We have a large life flask. We have some decent stuff. Iron gauntlets. Rustic sash. All of this is rare items. And it's all rare because we are in Arch Nemesis. I believe that's how it works. I remember in 2019 when I first played, going into a league, like the higher difficulty up, right? Generally, would have better drops and such. I don't know if that's still the case, but that's how it was, and so I'm rolling with it. That's how I was so easily able to get a bunch of rare items as my full loadout. Yeah, I have no idea anything about this game. Alright, well, it's basically... How do I say this without comparing it to games, because I hate doing that. It's a top-down RPG that is mostly focused on, like, full customization of a build, and the builds are very, very customizable. You get one of these points to put into something per level. This is what the skill tree looks like. To give you an idea of Path of Exile. Okay, you like comparing games is a nice point of reference. Okay. Well, Baldur's Gate is okay. An okay comparison. Diablo would also not be a bad comparison. However, first of all, this one is free to play, and with all the customization and content in this game, and all the free expansions, it's sort of like EVE Online, where I can't believe, and Warframe, where I can't believe it's free. This is free to play, yes. BRB downloading. I'm getting the sense you like games with big upgrade charts. Yes, I do. But did you get that sense from RimWorld as well? I like games that are so big that I like games with high replay value because they're so big. I don't like, for instance, I don't like rewatching most movies. Now, I'll rewatch a show because shows are really big, and I have no problem going through One Piece again. I have no problem going through maybe MLP on end, you know, or etc., etc., or She-Ra, because I like animation. I like long animation. I've even rewatched Arthur recently, so I prefer long-running animated shows. I've gotten into The Simpsons recently again as well. And so I also like my games that way. I like look at the replayability of this. Like, you can imagine how many characters of each class, like these big circles here that start at the center of the tree, these are classes. You can imagine all the sprawling different build paths you can take for each class, you know? This is just it's a massive game. I get you, I'm the same way. I've watched over 200 anime and rewatched a solid portion of said anime. Nice. Yeah, sip some more Coca-Cola. And so far, this build... Oh, and by the way, if that skill tree weren't enough, there are also these gems here that drop randomly, or are quest rewards, and they do various things. They are actually your abilities, and some of the gems also enhance said abilities. Let's look at this one, for instance. I got a BRB, unfortunately. I'm already sold. Okay. That ramble can wait, then. Oh, goodness. Ah, yes, this staff feels so nice. I don't remember monkeys here. Then again, it's been 2 years. That monkey just arrived damaged. I have no idea what happened off screen. They got into an argument or something. But they were already half health approaching me. I must have time to gather my will. Do you ever just, in the middle of a life or death fight, just be like, oh, I have no will, hold on. I need to regather my will. Hold on, I need my antidepressants mid-fight to keep the will to fight. It's not just like, oh, I'm tired, one moment. It's just, hold on, I'm out of will. Okay, we have Deadeye. Ooh. I don't think I've picked up a Deadeye yet. Wait. Have I picked up one before? Brigandine. Now that we're in Act 2, I'm seeing all sorts of new things here. Act 1 had all sorts of poor quality stuff. This is actually decent quality. And beyond a couple areas into here, it will be a totally new game to me. I've never even made it halfway through Act 2, so bear with me as I start really exploring and just taking in my surroundings. Alright. You can see I'm ordering these. Steel infused. Arcane buffer. I'm organizing them as best I can. There's some that are just... There's too many to keep doing it like this. And I'm mostly waiting for myself to discover recipes. Because putting these together, like you can see the rewards here, like the monster is imbued with cold damage and resistance. I'm not totally sure of what that icon means, but I'm going to say it has a chance of an armor drop. And that's from the Frostweaver. And then the hasted modifier makes them faster and has a chance of a chest drop. Right? Just a general loot drop. But if you combine the two, in between monsters in the area, that's considered a recipe. And you get enhanced rewards here, like 3 rare armor drops, you know? Or 3, I'm gonna say ring drops. So actually going for recipes from picking these up is beneficial. Because you can only do those things once, I believe. So you might as well go for really nice recipes. They'll be challenging. Oh my god, this thing is fast. I love the frost bolt. That thing's awesome. Okay. It'll be hard for this chain belt to beat my rustic sash, but we are in Act 2. This might be higher quality. Muttering Essence of Sorrow. Upgrade a normal item to rare with 1 guaranteed property. Okay. Oh, cold resistance penetration. That sounds handy for just how cold focused this build is. By no intentional means, this is just like all the skills that have dropped. All the gems that have dropped over the course of getting this character through Act 1. They just ended up having split arrows, 1 fire arrow ability, and then a bunch of ice. Sorry, I had to clear my throat. So I'm going to take a chance with this Scroll of Wisdom. Actually, Scepter. The Court Scepter actually really tempts me here. That's some decent polarity, I'll call it too. I'll call it polarity because of Warframe. Alright, let's see here. Plus 12 to maximum energy shield. Which one did this give? Plus 12% increased global physical damage. Okay. Plus 5 to maximum life. Plus 17% fire resistance. 7% lightning resistance. 7% increased flask mana recovery rate. 13% increased stun duration. I'm not sure about that one. Alright, I'm gonna pull up the map here. Sorry if, like, map overlays annoy you. It's just trying to get my bearings around here. This does seem to be the right way. This seems like a rather narrow area. Now, I'm not sure if I'm going the right way anymore. There was an area over here you can see on the map that's unexplored. I'm just sort of beating this gorilla to death. We're having a boxing match. Resist elemental damage. Alright. Had to bring out the glacial hammer ability then. Because it just... I do have staff mastery. You can see here. So... I have a 30% bonus critical damage and plus 40% critical strike chance when wielding a staff. So the glacial hammer just adding on ice damage and area of effect freezing chance to enemies while also technically counting as a basic attack that can just critically strike and one-shot people. Now I'm for this one, this level, I'm putting it into dexterity because I'm short on dexterity to keep leveling up my gems. And I've run into dexterity issues welding higher grade weapons before too. And look at that, now I can level all of these up. Actually, that's a dead end. Alright. Off to the side here that we go. Any more monkeys? Yes, there is. A blood ape. That sounds disgusting. Also sounds awesome and like a magic deck that I would want to build. Could you imagine a blood monkey deck in Magic? Oh, you must have time to gather your will, huh? By the way, did you see how fast this Greater Flask healed me? I'll look into it later, but it actually does have a nice passive on it. If you use it while at low health... Oh, goodness. If you use it at low health, it will have 107% healing effectiveness. So it will heal twice as fast and twice as much, basically. So if you use it at full health, you will basically just go straight... At low health, you will basically just go straight to full health. For the most part. Currently. Maybe I'll have enough health that won't take me to full health eventually. That's a nice chest plate. I think I'll take a chance on it. I think I'm saving another Scroll of Wisdom for another staff instead of a scepter. Because I can't find... Maybe I'm looking in the wrong place, but I actually cannot find a scepter mastery for the life of me in the skill tree. Yeah, I just have no idea where scepters would be. Would they be a mace? I'm not totally sure. Ooh, totem mastery. You know what? Having a mace totem build would be awesome. These are ideas for later. The forest encampment. Okay. I forget. Is that a village? Is that like Act 2's resting spot? It is. I recognize this. And activate the waypoint. We've almost leveled up Arcane Surge, Reckoning, although I haven't used Reckoning in a while. Because that's if you have a shield equipped, which you can't have that equipped with a staff. I just sort of have it on there. For whatever reason, just to fill a slot.
I am bruised. I hunt boar, hunt to feed my people. You are not a friend to us. You'll need to run faster than boar.
Oh, well, okay.
They fall from trees, try to swarm over you like fleas. Their chieftain, stand back when he beats his chest. Bark is worse than bite.
What do you have, Roost? Axes, War Staff. That's actually a pretty good staff, but I like the benefits I get from my rare one. Look at that, 22% increased spell damage, which includes my Frost Bolts and my Glacial Hammer that you've seen me use, so I think I'll hold on to this. 21% increased elemental damage with attack skills. I do have that fire arrow. Oh goodness. Sorry about that. I got a call, and it was a robocall, unfortunately. Can't stand those. Let's look at this. A victory horn. Brood bow. It does 6 to 15 physical damage, 2 to 11 elemental damage. Okay, you know. This has 123 plus 123 accuracy rating. Plus 6%, plus 6 life gained on kill, adds 2 to 11 lightning damage, 3 to 7 cold damage, 19% increased physical damage, but I think it has run its course. I would really like this one. Having green like that is really good. Recurve bow of absorption. Huh. 18% chance to block attack damage. Thinking. Yeah, I'm sure we can pick one up later, but I'll keep this one in my sights. Because as you can see, a lot of our archery-related abilities are green, and the supports for them. So that may be convenient. Okay.
Going?
I've seen many an exile come and go, into the forest or into the ground. You seem different somehow. Different good, different bad, it's hard to tell at this stage.
Kian, hello. How are you doing?
And for now, you have the benefit of my...
I hope you've had a wonderful past 24 hours.
You've encountered
No.
there.
I last streamed on Monday, didn't I?
And with any foul
Well, I hope
craft,
it's been a
the
wonderful
nastiest
week
chunks
leading up to
bubble
now.
the surface.
Maybe you have a nice comfort drink or comfort food, maybe a blanket to enjoy yourself here with us.
The self-appointed monarchs
We
of
currently
the
also have
forest,
Rebecca in the
the
chat,
east,
just
Alira in the west, Oak
on a
in the north,
BRB.
and this village, this tribe.
Not sure about 24 hours, but last 5 hours have been decent.
I
Nice.
would never venture to say that life in Rayclust is easy.
That's good to hear.
But with
I'm
those
considering
who
getting
are,
cider.
well,
You probably should, because
fare you well.
that's a nice comfort drink to have. I actually miss cider now that you brought it up. Excuse my lateness, Portsy. Hello, Melly. You are excused. I hope you've had a wonderful time today and yesterday, since I missed the stream yesterday. I could not kick my... Oh, what just happened? I could not kick a headache that came to me because of just the pollen in Tennessee being crazy. So I called off yesterday's stream, and now I'm enjoying my afternoon with some Path of Exile. I'm already in Act 2. I just started Act 2. I have no idea what I'm doing, but so far we have something resembling an ice build. Even though my skill tree is actually positioned for a chaos build whenever we get chaos skills and abilities. But until then, I was kind of thinking of leveling over to... Let's actually just look. So I leveled it like this in this path because that allows us to have access to 1 staff mastery, 2 staff mastery, and 3 staff mastery because I want to use staves. So we already have a decent crit chance on our staves because that's what this staff mastery is. 40% increased global crit chance and 30 plus 30% critical strike damage multiplier. Also gives you a 5% chance to evade if you've dealt a critical strike recently. I have 20 minutes to complete deliberation before the shops fucking close. Chaos Bow Templar. I mean, I do have bow secondary right now. Mostly because I got a really decent starter bow, like at level 2. And it's stayed relevant all the way up to this point. Like, it has a really nice skill called Split Arrow, which shoots out 5 arrows, and each arrow does a little bit of physical, little bit of cold damage, little bit of lightning damage. That's a lot of damage just split. So its damage is split across multiple elements, let's say. And then, on top of that, when I shoot the split arrows, a minion will spawn above me, like a specter, and shoot the same ability out again. So I'm basically shooting 10 arrows at a time into a crowd. Oh, Kent, so you play this game, alright. Nice. Yeah, so basically, my one loadout is a staff that currently deals a lot of ice damage because I haven't picked up anything related to chaos yet. But you can see I'm ready to level up chaos as soon as possible. Until then, since I'm so ice heavy on my staff, I was kind of thinking of going over here, spending several levels getting over here and just getting into some cold mastery. Are the audio levels okay? Is the ambience good? Is the music too loud? on the back burner. I see. Hello, Portsy. It's great to see you back. Do you think you'll do that RimWorld colony again? Probably. At some point, but it's on hiatus because, that colony has, unless I raise the difficulty to see if we can have more challenge, it's almost like it has no end to it. So you could imagine like having a break to it and then having maybe like something resembling a season 2, because it's so long, it's so big. The map started lagging and you start to have like loading issues. Like I have to prepare 30 minutes in advance of the stream, just letting my computer sit there and load, right? And so I could certainly see myself enjoying that playthrough again. It may, because of how built up we are, how advanced we are, that may involve having a secondary, like a second colony and running them side by side. And getting people in a ship. And just enjoying ourselves through multiple venues of what the modded experience has to offer. But I definitely wanted to prevent burnout. I didn't want myself to be like, you know what, I hate this.
We find new places.
So,
We do not tell stories. Stories are told about
I've been just playing a series of other games. Like, I went on a short building spree of House Flipper, and that was really fun. I will probably end up doing that again. Maybe even this week. I've, let's see, done some League of Legends, and Teamfight Tactics, earlier this week. Now I'm doing Path of Exile in Act 2.
I recognize it. A survivor, just like Einar. That is my name, Exile, Einar. In my native tongue it means lone fighter.
Thank you, Einar.
That is what Einar was for many years. But it is dangerous now to fight alone. Too
Take
dangerous,
this.
even for the mighty Einar. We are in the final days of this world, Exile. That I am sure. We survivors must unite, prepare for the end, and delay its arrival as long as we can.
Anyway, Floppy, I hope you're doing well. I hope your time away from the stream has been pleasant and enjoyable. Same with you, Melly. I hope your time away has been enjoyable as well. You'll better not be acting sus in here. Alright. Definitely nothing sus. Not ever. Alright, we've got to vote to lynch Canview. You know, they might be executioner, and you know, I don't like letting those neutrals roam free. Those neutrals will get you. Never know which side they're gonna sway.
Ready, Exile? It is time to hunt.
Alright, apparently it's time to hunt.
Dying. But even a rotting carcass has its uses, yes?
Is that a plague doctor?
It is settled.
Whoa, that's a dreadlocked
Rotting
plague doctor.
carcasses,
That's awesome.
Use them to produce the tools we will need to survive. But only the finest rotting carcasses will do.
Oh, I interrupted that. I have a follower? Stop moving. I want to get a closer look. Stop it. Let me get... You know what? That's good enough. You look awesome. Oh yeah, I am in my bow. Let's see. Alright, staff time. Wait, I gotta get my bearings again. Okay, glacial hammer. Frostbolt. This man's stealing my thunder. Stop it. So yeah, this is gonna be the next few hours. I'm gonna be clicking on things. And it's gonna be satisfying. Alright? This is the setting of the stream. Let's go. Ooh, Orb of Alteration, thank you. A saber. Ooh, that's some nice polarity, we'll call it. I have no skills in sword, though. So I'm not interested. Arcane Surge, wonderful. And Reckoning. I don't actually have a use for Reckoning right now, it's just on me for the hell of it. Reckoning is only used for shields if you have one equipped alongside, say, a one-handed weapon. And it, what it does is it's a passive that will send out a shield bash in a cone in front of you if you block an attack. Which is really nice for a tank build, but this isn't a tank build. Oh, good lord. What? I'm going this... Oh my god. It's dealing damage. Who is that? What is that? Show yourself. Who's committing crimes against Skyrim and her people? Is it you? Gloom Brutes! Hello. Oh, good lord. You deal cold damage, you're resistant to cold damage. Good lord. What's happening? See, this is where not leveling cold damage, because I've been waiting for chaos, is catching up to me. Because my elemental damage sucks right now. I also have no idea what the fuck is going on. However, I do like having that staff mastery and using it with a glacial hammer, so that you just have a chance of the random one-shot out of the blue. Because I do have 200% crit damage. Which actually feels really nice. These Roas, man. Did you just absorb it? Oh yeah, isn't there a bestiary in this game? Yeah, I don't have any melee fighting staves, I see. This is something new to me as well. My first character, I believe, was a bow. And then my second one was a marauder with the big hammer, because I like tanks. This one is certainly unique to me. I've never tried for chaos. And, you know, I need to still find chaos. This forest scares me. Okay, he's just dead. This man won't let me attack. I'm just gonna let him do it. I'm just looking at the top here. I'm just filling out the map right now. Because I don't know what I'll find. I haven't played since 2019. Oop. A Callow Thug. Portal Scroll. That Frostbolt feels so nice, though. Wow. I was at this stream before Mel. Suck it, Mel. Wow. That's toxic. So, what drops do I have for this boss? Any recipes? I can make a Stormweaver recipe. Alright, so we start with Stormweaver. Vulnerable to cold, yes, as the lightning enemies usually are. Which is great for us. Well, that wasn't great, was it? This portal scroll says portal drop is very cute. That's not true. But thank you. Alright. Let's see what this gives us. Regenerate 2.2 life per second, plus 5 to maximum energy shield. A 20% increased global physical damage. Reflects 3 physical damage to melee attackers. 8% increased elemental damage with attack skills. Okay, this is just better in every way to our current one. So we're gonna sell this to Nessa, or whoever I can in the forest now. That's a really good sash. Over here? I'm just looking at the upper map to see what I can do. Yep, I can cross there. And get attacked by cobra crabs, or whatever these are. I think those are doing chaos damage. Yep, that's chaos damage. I was wondering why my energy shield wasn't feeling too effective. Greater life flask. Oh! This one has an ability. Grants immunity to ignite for 6 seconds if used while ignited. Removes all burning when used. Right? Certainly better than our more generic life flask. Boop. Nah, I think I can actually sell those to someone. Get a scroll or something. I wish I was... Let's see. Mel not even gonna acknowledge my challenge. Let's... Alright. Wonderful. And we have a skill point. Now, do I go for the chaos damage that we don't have yet? Or in the meantime, until I pick it up, do I work on... Hold? Oh gosh. You two. I could also take this intelligence point so I can work on this staff mastery. I'll be using this either way, whether I keep with cold or not, so I think I work towards having this. Besides, having the elemental damage increase also helps the cold. All this cold damage I'm doing. Like, this is cold, this is cold, this is cold, and this is cold. Everything's cold. Oh, it's a tent. I just came to these people's places of living and I'm just displacing them. I feel like I'm the bad person. I'm the baddie here. Somehow. Probably. This feels terrible. Nah. That's some nice Animal Crossing lo-fi in the background. It's supposedly DMCA free. So if I just randomly disappear off the face of the internet, you know why. It would be because Nintendo found me. I love this skill. It gives my staff range. Like, look at that. That's satisfying. Yeah. You like that. We all like that. Path of Exile, the satisfying game. Oh yeah, also I have a bunch of, like, what would you call them? A bunch of properties on my equipment that gives me a lot of life on kill. Probably equal to around 10% of my life, so in those crowds I can just stand there and tank it and just constantly heal it back. Oh my god, these vines are terrifying. Fallout 4 pops up, everyone likes that. Yeah, we all like that. We all like standing in the middle of people, doing damage. Oh, one moment. Sorry about that, it was a telemarketer. Don't you hate that? What happened to that man?
Until we slaughter you.
Wow, do I really capture them for a bestiary? Is that what I'm gathering? I'm playing Monster Hunter right now. We're capturing beasts. Okay, this is a big beast. What did we do? Stormweaver? And for the Storm Strider recipe, we need Hasted. I do have a Hasted here. This is gonna be terrifying. Oh, good lord. Oh, he's scary. Sir. You've gotta protect me! No! Is this Trundle? Oh, good lord! I must have time to gather my will. Is having a giant ape after you not filling you with will? Oh, hold on. There's a giant ape attacking me. I need to remind myself why I'm living right now. Okay. One moment. I've been chased within an inch of my life. I'm gonna calm down with a few sips of Coca-Cola. Okay. Life leech and life on kill. Interesting. Alright, so let's see what it dropped, because that's a part of fighting those bosses anyway. This is 20 plus 21% to lightning resistance. I'm looking. This gives me increased rarity of items found. I might want to keep that. For now. Because, like, you want to be farming for now, right? Getting the higher rarity stuff so that you can take it to a shop and sell it for all these little trinkets, I believe. But let's see what it has. 13% increased crit chance. Okay. Global increased critical chance. Plus 19 to maximum life. Plus 2 life gained for each enemy hit by your attacks. And plus 6 life gained on kill. Okay, never mind. This thing blows me away. Let's just keep that so I can just keep sitting there slapping people with ice. You know? And Topaz Ring. Eagle Grip Topaz Ring. Oh my god. Adds 5 to 7 fire damage to attacks. Adds 3 to 7 cold damage to attacks. Regenerate 1.7 life per second. Plus 23 to maximum mana. 16% increased mana regeneration rate. And 2 life gained for each enemy hit by your attacks. I think it'll... that's 7% increased attack speed, though. I think it'll replace this older ring from level 2. Yeah. Alright, we continue down the path, I suppose. Waypoint. That's nice to have for later. Ooh. Oh, I'm even harder to kill. I can just sit here, and y'all can't do anything about it. Glacial Hammer does a lot of damage. Even if just because of my crit chance.
We'll be best friends, Beast, until we slaughter you.
That was a Tunnel Fiend. Okay. Oh, I'm now level 19. Protect me. 20% increased crit chance. Now that's with staves. I don't think I have a stave. Do I? Wait. That wouldn't be for my regular staff then, yeah? But if I level that anyway... Oh, this is all with staves. Hmm. Am I reading this wrong? Am I just being poor at English? One moment. I don't think it makes a difference. A moment of research. Okay. Let me search. Okay, staves. Staves are split into 2 categories, regular staves and war staves. Okay. List of staves, generic. Oh. That is just staves. I'm just being a little stupid. We have a primitive staff. Yep, that counts. So, elemental damage, crit chance. I think I want elemental damage for now, and obviously we work around here to fill this circle, and then we get staff mastery. Oop. Besides, having the penetration of elemental resistance will help us fight those mini bosses on the map in Arch Nemesis. Arch Nemesis. I'm being terrible right now. Okay, there's nothing over there. Oh, that feels nice. That feels really nice. Ah, my ice finally getting a bit of a damage buff after all this time. That's actually the first thing I've leveled to really actually increase my elemental damage. Dark Stench, okay. You're quick, accurate, and frenzied as damage. Ooh, I can tell. There we go.
Do not worry, little beast. We are friends now.
Woods Ursa. These are interesting creatures. Elemental damage is very pog. Oh, good lord. Oh, good lord. That chaos damage can sneak up on you. A short bow. It doesn't have what I want on it. Now, what about you? I've already fulfilled these recipes. I have had so many characters. This is my third. In just as many years. And everything's ready to level up. Wonderful. Gonna do even better damage now. Oh. Do I just go off the path? I'm going to anyway. You know, this game's really making me feel like Clayton from Tarzan right now. There's no reason for me to be coming through here and disrupting these apes. No, I miss my chaos. Now I miss my chaos mushroom archer. Ooh. I think I had like 35 over like 8 years or something, but still. Will you be my short bow? Sure. I don't know how what a short bow is related to a person. But I do like short bows. I have no idea where I'm going. Oh. Well, not here either. Okay. Just follow the river. We'll find a way across. Oh, it's just right there. Wow, Mal proposing on stream. It means you're short and beautiful. Oh, I see. What the heck? Most of my core knowledge is from like 2017 and earlier, so I'm not well equipped to make comments and give tips. That's okay. I'm dying. I am no longer dying. Oh, you weren't a creature, you were just a man. You were just a dude. Okay. These bows. They still don't have what I'm looking for. Ooh, this quiver, though. How does this quiver relate to my quiver? 3 to 5 fire damage, 7 to 10 fire damage. That's decent. 11%. Oh my god.
I must have time to gather my will.
Indeed. Oh, right. Just pick this stuff up. Oop. Good job not dying. Because you're small. I love that for you. Oh. I don't know how to swap those. Right, I did say I was going to check the controls. Is it something basic? Input. What would it be, like swap loadout? Weapon swap X. Okay. Why is it nighttime? I just got here. It was just day. Oh, you exploded. My favorite build is my spider minion witch, but she's so squishy. But you can fill the screen with so many minions. Oh, this game goes to the extremes with, like, strange, unique builds. I love it. Cool. Starting summoners is starting them out. I just realized what I typed. Ba -ba -ba -ba. I think this was the last area I explored. Across both of my other characters. I love that. You just sort of blink onto them and they explode if you have decent cold damage. That's a grand life flask. Excuse me. Oh, with something on it? 14% reduced charges per use. Okay. You know what? Sure. Well, I'm running out of space here. Okay. Here we go, the next waypoint. Boop. Unlock that, and I'll meet you in the riverways. Yeah, so I need to keep beast hunting with this guy. I guess that's why he didn't follow. And it's daytime again. Oh, these monkeys are easy now. The wetlands. I'm sorry, I'm just sort of zoned out in how satisfying this is. It just becomes kind of a mow 'em down game, and it's so satisfying.
Must give way to the day.
This man's so much stronger than me, though. Become my minion, please. Oh, a creature? A blood brute. There we go, that's 5 of 5.
What a great hunt, Exile.
Get these chaos snakes out of here.
Write a mighty poem about it.
Alright, well. Oh, we talked to him now. You.
It will surprise you to learn that I am not popular. Others here are ignorant. They do not see the end coming. They are not survivors like me.
It will surprise you to learn that I am not popular.
We met at the beasts in the encampment. They got
Popular.
into the grain, then the meat. They were not as picky as Einar about where.
I don't know why that was so funny.
I learned
That's
that
just a
rowers
strange
do not just row
opening.
very well.
After we hunted a
So I
bunch
moved
of
them to a new
creatures
location,
and,
the menagerie.
you know, wiped out forest life.
It is a secret place. This is where we will perform the ritual for the first
And
once.
natives. Like,
I have built a black
interesting
altar for such
opening.
purpose. Do you wish to see it?
imagine if you just approach Clayton and Tarzan, and he's like, it would surprise you if I said I am not popular. Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine. There it is, view bestiary. Oh, there are felines? There are canines? Unnaturals. Alright, so there's felines somewhere around here. The sands? Roas, obviously. Reptiles. Insects, arachnids. Arachnids, oh my god. Cephalopods, crustaceans, amphibians, okay. Wait. Achievements. Challenges. Oh, there's a lot of challenges. Eater of Worlds. I have to defeat the Eater of Worlds. Okay. One moment. I'm loading up Terraria. Oh, Frost Bomb. That just leveled up. Also Frost Blink and Elemental Proliferation. Which I believe is on this Frost Bow. Not Frost Bow, Frost Bolt. So now that we're free of that guy, I think I'll go back up here toward this gate. Yeah, here we go. Starting. Smart. Lower levels are pain. I can feel that. Although this game is just satisfying in and of itself. But also it was kind of frustrating. I'm embracing it now. I'm embracing the ice. But it was frustrating to be like, I'm gonna create a Chaos Templar. And then I haven't seen anything from Chaos yet. Then again, we're still low level. So we're just sort of rolling with the cold right now. Oh, good lord. Oh, good lord. Can I do anything against you? Oh, wait, y'all are weak. That was more bark than bite. That was crazy. I like the frost blink. Another... Oh, a grand mana flask. I don't believe I have that. Nope. I should probably honestly have it the other way around, where I have more, like 2 health pots and a mana and 3 mana pots, since my attacks rely on mana. Then again, for now, a lot of the build is just sitting there throwing out bolts on everyone while I tank hits and just lifesteal from it. So perhaps just having all that extra health available to me is for the best. When I'm finally doing Chaos, it'll probably swap though. Oh, powerful crits, you weren't kidding. Quick, huh? Says you're quick. Ow. You resist elemental damage. Come on, there we go. You gotta wait for that random crit. That will just one-shot someone. Deerskin gloves. Hello. Yep. Rusted spike. That is a lot. Wait, that's a lot of armor. I have 64 on this. That's 252 armor. Excuse me. Since when? Plus 12% to cold resistance, reflects 3 physical damage to melee attackers. Well, I was just curious about it. It does require more stats than I have, so I'll just send it back to, have some bits and bobs in my inventory. A stiletto. How are y'all doing? Still doing alright? Oh, that's a superior recurve bow.
I am no beast of burden.
I am no beast of burden. Okay. Honestly, we wouldn't be using this one. Get it out of here. What if I just... Alright. Let's see. That's a nice critical strike multiplier. That's a lot more it has a lot more damage overall. Ow. Than my crude bow. Higher crit chance. I need dexterity. Like... Let's see, shooting ice arrows at baddies because you made me load this game up again, damn it. It is its own type of crack, isn't it? It's sort of like Magic the Gathering. It's It's that special cardboard crack. Melly sleepy, but doing okay. I kind of want to jump back into this too, to be honest. You know it. No hitting yourself. Okay. Oops. I, got people back into Path of Exile. My bad. Except not. Hello? Oak!
You strike me as someone who craves a higher purpose. Something worthy. Something like peace. 3 tribes battle for this forest. Every day my brethren and I battle and die with Creighton's rats of the bridge, and Alira's thralls of the
Remorseless.
road. To spare the
I am.
lives of many, you need take only 2. But if peace isn't reward enough for you, bring me the amulets that hang around Creighton and Alira's worthless necks. When joined with mine, those trinkets will forge us a new strength for you and I. The strength to bring about peace.
The evil ports. Spread the infection to our minds. Yep, I was like, what if I got my followers and my viewers, my lovely chat members here, back into Path of Exile? Hello, Cyber, by the way. Hello, Cyber. I didn't notice you. I don't have the viewer list up, but I hope you're doing well and enjoyed your day. You will be permanently granted 1% of life regenerated per second, 2% additional physical damage reduction. Now that's a nice staff you have there. Would that be one I can use? One moment, I'm searching the list of staffs. That is a royal staff, huh? That's pretty good next to my, primitive staff, but I'm sure I could find others like it later on. So, that permanent granting of 20% increased global physical damage would be really nice. That'll let me tank more, 2% physical damage reduction, and deal a lot more elemental damage, because I believe a part of Staff Mastery is converting a percentage of your physical damage to elemental damage. So this will actually bolster that. Oh, I actually need to level up strength for this glacial hammer. Their deals suck. It's not great. What's not great? Helping them? Should I kill then? Do I kill Oak? The nodes on your tree give you similar benefits. Yeah, but it is permanent, and, like, it saves a few skill points, doesn't it? Or should I... killing all of these pricks gives you 2 skill points, just to keep in mind. Oh. Oh, good lord, Oak. Oh my god, you heal. Glacial hammer time. Oak is strong.
I must have time to gather my will.
I must have time to gather my will. What will? Living? I hate that. Can't they just say, like, I'm tired or something? Oh, this guy jumps. It's actually kind of funny. Yeah, jump, Mario. Keep jumping, it's funny. It's like fighting a Yoshi in Smash. Does he get tired? Kirby spam down B. I was kind of thinking of Yoshi spam down B as well. No, they're ruining the fun. That deals decent damage. I mean, I hope I get that staff too, because I've had this one for a while. I could use a nice new staff, especially a royal one. Hey, you're right. I have a skill point. Oh, you're healing? Come on. Like healing in Dark Souls. Don't do that. So who wins this boxing match, hmm? One of these days you're just gonna hear on Twitter, oh, Logan Paul challenged Hulk Hogan to a boxing match, and it's just gonna be this. Frost Bomb reduces regen effects by 75%. Oh, thank you. There we go.
You dare to speak for peace, outlaw? There's the peace you lies about.
Whoa, you can cancel regen? Today I learned. Yeah, I just saw that too. So we have Torture Cage. Lovely thing to outfit yourself with, I know. Soleil. Iron Mask. Okay. Then we have Mallet. Oh, I better have that royal... Where's that royal staff? Oh, you didn't have a sledgehammer. You didn't have a mallet. You had a royal staff. There's also Oak's amulet. Boop. A relic of a sundered relationship. It awaits reconciliation with its kin. A battered foil. A mallet. Now that is a decent mallet, but I am far and away on my skill points from getting anywhere near a mate. Oh, never mind. It's right here. But still, I'm already so deep into staves. All damage with maces and scepters inflicts chill. Wait a second. Oh man. Hmm. Yep. She speaks softly yet carries a big stick. These mallets, though. Alright, let's chance a scroll of wisdom on it. Or a rosary citrine amulet. Plus 16 to strength and dexterity. Plus 5 to all attributes. Plus 11 to intelligence. 11% increased evasion rating. And plus 7% fire resistance. Oh man, that 2 life gained for each enemy hit is really nice. So is the global crit chance. But this will allow us to level things up better. See? Oop. So for now, I will have that on for leveling. Methinks, at least. Now what? Let's go this way. I have decided. Let's fight the jungle crabs. Jungle crabs are dead. Also, thank you for the tip can. That would actually made that fight bearable. Thank you very much. If you are low on scrolls, give me a holler and I'll pass you a stack or 5. Oh, well, thank you. So far, I've been able to manage a decent stock of them. Because they're always dropped, or I pick up some items and just send them to... Oh, what's her name? Nessa? Or, I guess whoever would be in the Act 2 village. And just, like, sell those items for Scrolls of Wisdom. Alright, let's be in this corner. Nice, one with the river. 30% increased magical damage with staves. Damage with weapons penetrates 5% of elemental resistance. Nice. Oh shit. Oh, that does a lot of damage.
I must have time to gather my will.
Must have time to gather my will. Oh, strongbox, you say? Oh, I am feeling the effect of not having that life on hit. Thankfully, there are potions. A Tomb Bargain Strongbox. Oh, you're interesting. Yep, you dropped Hasted. I thought so. Okay, another torture cage. Azure strapped boots of the lynx. No thank you. Don't really like anything that's here. Oh well. Waypoint, thank you. Oh, we're going to the, I guess that's the Kitus River? So I would assume. I'd assume there's a lot of crabs and other crustaceans there. A jade chopper. Oh, that looks beautiful.
I am no beast of burden.
Pretty. The crabs. Exactly. I do love crab enemies in just about any game. Wonder if there's a crab deck in Magic the Gathering. You might hear me talk about Magic a lot, because I'm on a kick on it again. You can never put down that cardboard crack. Where am I going? Let's see, I haven't explored much here. Let's go here. Yes, there is, I believe. I imagine it would be an older deck. Corroded Blade. Okay. Actually, let's see if we have any recipes for bonus stuff. I don't. Bring it! I will destroy all of you. Oh, they just... Ba, 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 ba. Alright, there was nothing this way. I guess we try for this upper corner again. Let's actually complete this side and be thorough. Yep, nothing here. Okay. I won't say no to fighting more monsters, getting that extra XP. Wow, so this is really where I go then. I need to find another way to that next area. At least on this side. But since there is a waypoint, and this is blocked off for now, I say we try out the other route. Boop. Let's see. Travel to the western forest. Alright. Or the broken bridge. Alright, we're going to the, back to the Western Forest. Crab Reef will never get out of my brain. Tragedy just struck. I, finally finished my Coca-Cola. Goodbye, Starlight Coca-Cola. Their limited edition, like, raspberry chocolate flavor. You will be missed. Boom! Oh, that was fun. A light brigandine. You are interesting.
Beast of burden.
You know what? We're close enough to the waypoint. So let's go back to the forest encampment. And sell some things.
I have seen warriors in black in the east. They are from your Oriath. Better
You can't
fed,
just
better
say
armed
that.
than you, Exile. Oriath did not want you, so why does it follow you here? You will understand what you see more than I. Go east and find these warriors in black. If there is danger to us, I need to learn of it.
Talking about bandits, I guess. Quartz scepter, quartz scepter. Recurve bow. I could actually equip this. Plus 12% cold resistance. Oh, that's a fuck ton of armor, though. Right, I was gonna keep that one for now.
Travel far.
Alright, there we go. And I'm just gonna, like, don't judge this stash. I have no idea what I'm doing. Something like that. I do have these others for when we find more slots here. Ideally, I'd like a decent cap or helmet that will allow me to outfit myself with some of these, specifically the brand. mostly the brand. I don't care for Molten Strike that much. Alright. Oh wow, look at this pet. All these people with cosmetics and microtransactions, and I'm just here. This person's level 14. Oh no, that was someone else. What? Now this person's level 18. It's always interesting when you can instantly find the people who are like, oh, this is a cool game. I'm gonna spend $20 on cosmetics. That's a level 18. No, 22. Okay, we've gone riverwards. Let's go this way to the old fields. It's already been 2 hours? No way. Yep, cosmetics in this game are really pricey, but it is cosmetics. Indeed. Yeah, cosmetics in this game are almost like Smite, aren't they? Like, once you get into cosmetics in a game like this, you don't really go back. And you would actually be, like, getting frustrated and maybe start tryharding to get your money's worth. Nothing else, you just look snazzy, TM. You play Smite 2? What don't you play? I don't play Destiny 2. Same. Oh wow, they all just died like that, huh? I don't have any new recipes. There's 34 undiscovered recipes. When do I find them? My heart is broken. I'm sorry, Melly. Orb of Scouring. Whoa. What are you? Removes all modifiers. Excuse me. Right-click this item. Would that put the modifiers in your inventory? JK, I don't really play Destiny 2 anymore. I stopped after getting the cool Void gun that mostly blew up my teammates. Which is very funny. That does sound funny. I prefer Warframe anyway. I have Warframe. That's so satisfying. Yeah. Oh, the den. Someone was talking about the den. The Great White Beast, optional. Travel to the den. Yep. I guess we're going into the den. I like my Titania. Hashtag satisfying. This game is satisfying. I like dens. This one's rather empty. By the way, this game's beautiful. Like, this isn't even max. I just want to appreciate it for a moment. I've turned some half of the things down to medium. They have bears and bats. I don't know if I want to meet a bear, but I've been shredding what bears Actually, I've been shredding all the bears. Now that's what I don't want to see. Spiders. Sorry, Melly. They're just too large. Boom. It's okay, I get this a lot. Okay. We go deeper. Nice. What about you? Over here? Ooh, blood. Oh, it's the Great White Beast. Hello. I was expecting you. Oh, I actually stunned him. Vulnerable to colds. Well, isn't this your unlucky day? I had a pet tarantula. That's why I use... Ah. I miss him. Oh, I'm sorry, Melly. That's a really cool maze. Yeah. Oh. Okay. It is worth noting that this is the Texas server, and for the past couple days, since I've started this character, there's been a little bit of trouble. By amazing yourself. Oh, thank you. Also, that's corny. Go to the square. Wow, the den goes deeper than, the quest I was given. Oh, never mind. It's a big circle. Oh, there's something here. Okay, well. Oh, there's actually... Wait, there's something over here. I'm sorry, I keep being like I'm gonna leave, and then I don't. Must have time to gather my will. Boop. That's so satisfying. I love the frost blink. No square, please. It's cold in there. Oh. I was actually in there long enough I think, that the instance may have reset. Potentially. I'm not totally sure. Well now. Hmm. What's Unholy Might? Because that one sounds interesting with my decent block chance. Area of effect. That's not area of effect. Frostbomb is a area of effect. Reckoning, area of effect. Frostblades, Frostblink is area of effect. That large jewel socket interests me. This one could be interesting too, Zealot's Oath. Because then imagine I'm just constantly ticking up my energy shield, and it just gets harder for them to deal damage to my actual health bar. Perhaps for now? Oh, critical mastery? Wait a second. My staff does have a lot of crit chance at this point. Hmm. 150% increased critical strike chance against enemies on full life. So that has amazing one-shot potential going through a crowd. Oh, there's fire. Hmm. Anyway. Yeah, 20% increased critical strike chance. And a 12% critical strike multiplier, please. Thank you. Oh, Jesus. I do think that critical strike chance applies to my skill there. That's how it's behave. Okay, bye. That's how it's behaving. So I'll just suddenly one-shot things. And just everything in front of me. A tricorn. Like that. Now this actually has attributes, right? I like the 10% increased rarity of items found. So, if we find more gems, this one would be really good. Oh, we can level everything up. Nice. The crossroads. Wait. Yeah, I guess that was the den then. Yeah, I think we'll progress. Find ourselves in a new area, but first... At least I think this is a new area. One moment. Sorry about that. I was getting some water. How are you enjoying your time in the square, Melly? Oh, and by the way, you like my pink mouse? The pink cursor? I actually found that in options. Where was that? Here we go, cursor, pink. How dare you? I was dialoguing, okay? How dare you, hydrate streamer? And yes, very cute. Yay. A greater mana flask. Alright. Undiscovered recipes everywhere. Oh goodness, Melly. Oh, a bit of server lag there if you saw that. Oh, what? Oh, I thought you were just cleaning. No, you were attacking me with that. I thought that was a I thought that was a broom. That poor skeleton guy. I've caught some server lag myself. Oh, you're playing now? Whoops. Yes. Excuse me? Ooh, a four blacksmith's whetstones? Ooh. Damn. Alright, let's fight the Left 4 Dead witch after this group is done with. Vulnerable to cold. This is your unlucky day. Take that glacial hammer.
I haven't slept. No one has slept. Not for 3 days, not since the Black Storm in the Northern Ranges. Not since the nightmares began. Violent and twisted night terrors. They whisper to us, tempt us, threaten us, beguile us. They promise terrible things in return for even more.
Beguile. Someone take note of that for whatever novel they're writing.
Doctor who might help. He should have been back yesterday. I fear for him. I fear for all of us. It has been a little over a week since the Black Storm. My husband has not returned, and sickness now sweeps through our village. Many have died, and those who have lived have changed. These were folk we once called neighbor and friend. Now they limp and stagger through the night, their deformities as grotesque as the madness in their eyes.
Did I kill the crier? It's just gone. Oh, good lord. Strong box. Yeah, let's get a bunch of enemies out here. That felt good. Hmm. Alright, moving on. Wait a second. There's a waystone. A waypoint. Over here. Ah, yes, thank you. Alright. A fox. Oh, wait. Yeah, let's go through here. Put it on the map. And then back to that waypoint. So that we can go to the forest encampment and turn in that quest. Wherever it may be. Yena?
The white beast's spirit is at rest. No more pain. Take this in thanks from me, and from the suffering animal that you have helped.
Oh. Oh my god. Plus 35% elemental resistance. Hmm. That heavy belt is interesting. So is the leather belt. There we go. And let's sell some items. Oh, right. Actually. Ah, there we go. A more relevant bow. Oh. Oh, 14% reduced charges per use and 52% increased block and stun recovery during its effect. Now that's interesting. Alright, that looks good.
Hello. Be kind if you can.
Make it fast.
Make eat fast. Alright.
Exiles.
God. You know, just unload all of this in here. I don't see myself using Leap Slam anymore. Molten Strike, no. Melee Splash support, maybe. Okay,
Speak.
so where were we? There's a prison over there. I think I'll keep going this way. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh, that feels much stronger with the new bow. As much as that level 2 bow carried me for a while. Okay, so shortly here I will be taking a break, a food break. I don't know how long that'll be. But I could look at staying here for it. You know, just hanging out with the chat. Or Jesus. Food ASMR, let's go. Oh no. Finding a new weapon is always good. Certainly. Alright. All that armor should just blow whatever this could offer me out of the water for now. For now. Now we get that frost bomb back on. Look at that. 216 armor plus 18% increased armor. Let's see. That's Reckoning. I don't use Reckoning right now. Melee Splash support. Supports melee strike skills, causing their melee strike to deal splash damage around each target hit. Like, you know, damn. And then there's Wintertide Brand. There's Frost Blink, Arcane Surge support. Oh man. Yeah, I'm not ready for that. Wow, she's really crying. She's like really crying. Oh, this supports melee strike skills, so it's not really doing anything right now. Oh well. Let's actually see what this cat's paw does. Plus 8% life gained for each enemy hit by attacks. Adds 5 to 9 physical damage. Plus 43 to maximum mana. 9% chaos resistance. That's my first thing really dealing with chaos in general. Brand good, but it's not a melee weapon skill. Yeah. Unfortunately.
The moon was full the night of the Black Storm. It is full again.
I don't like these haunted
They have
etchings.
come for me. They have come for my daughters. Bravalo called out while the others skulked and muttered in the darkness. Corin went to them, arms open, welcoming. The nightmares told her to. My uncle tried to stop her. Bravalo crushed his skull with his smith's hammer. I barred the doors and windows, but they screamed like monkeys and beat themselves bloody trying to get in. I had no choice. I took my two youngest and fled through the cellar, following the tunnel to the mill. All we can do is hide and hope. God help us.
Well. That's bleak. Is all I can say. Oh, there's the broken bridge. I heard I was mentioned. Hello. Oh. Pfft. Hello, Fimsy darling. How have you been today? I hope it's been a good one. We're enjoying Path of Exile today. And it is quite the game to enjoy and to chill out in. Oh. It was an okay day. Work was work, and it's fucking snowing, so mostly bleh. I want snow. I send that snow here. I will make snowy. Excuse me. Plague wasps, so I guess they do chaos damage. Oh, good lord. Am I even hitting it? I could not tell. Ba ba ba. I haven't leveled up in a bit, have I? Can I go through this? Nope. I was wondering about the limits of my W ability, Frost Blink. Nice! Scroll of Wisdom. Oh. And a tribal chest. Alright. I might go ahead for one of these. I can't... Ah, man. Maybe I just keep holding on for some recipes. Oh, geez. That's honestly a little satisfying how they let go. It reminded me of those sticky hands that you would throw on the wall in school. Oh, I've already been here. Oh. It's been a smooth 60 FPS most of the time, right? I ask because, like, I can see the stream off to the side. And maybe it's because it's just in the background, but it looks really choppy. I wish I'd tell you when they explode. Oh, I see. Well, we have this waypoint now. Let's keep going. And I don't know, I can't have the vid on right now. Oh, I see. Lapis amulet. Alright, one moment. I'm going to go over... Nope. That's not DMCA safe. Yeah, we're going back to the... Nice... Oh. Okay. Going to the nice DMCA-free lo-fi, and I think that logged me out. It did. Okay. And that's fine. We were right by the waypoint. Looks good so far? Nice. You've been mostly well, rough last couple of days. Yeah, and I'm sorry I couldn't offer a stream either. Oh, this is a big bridge. No wonder. No wonder this place is called the Broken Bridge. Oh, another person to fight.
Heard you toppled a big tree. Handy work, that. And if you can chop down an oak, you can pull out a weed. The weed's got a name. Alira. And I'm sick of seeing her in my garden. What's in it for you? The amulets around Oak and Alira's necks. The ones like mine here. There's power in them beyond reckoning. I'm thinking you got one already from old Lumber for brains. Make it 2, bring them to me, and take half the power for yourself. That add up right for you?
6% increased attack and cast speed. Ooh. 10% chance to avoid elemental ailments. 6% increased movement speed. You will have to fight any party member. Glad I'm feeling better, thank you. I'm glad that was just a pollen, like an allergy related headache. This is pretty good, but I usually default for skill points. Okay. One moment. Alright, so... food is here. So this will, like, be paused here. But I'm not going to end the stream. We're only 2.5 hours in, and it's flown by. I've enjoyed this game so much. Yes, praise be the food. I will be right back with some Taco Bell. I returned. Praise be food. Corty, did you bring your mods the Baja Blast? They were actually out of Baja Blast. There's tea here, though. I have sweet tea with a box. Oh, this is gonna be the straw. I'm gonna mute for that. Yep, it screamed like I thought it would. You know how just plastic straws just scream against the plastic lids? Oh, I hate that. Moving the mic aside carefully. Let's see what this is. Alright. Well, for Femsy's sake, I won't talk too much about it. You just may notice me being quiet every now and then as I mute, like right now. Hello, I'm still alive. Okay, so I'm gonna kill this guy. First of all, his name is Creighton. Second of all, I'm gonna kill this guy. Oh, there's Creighton. Hello. Oh, this guy's weak to my, glacial hammer. Lol, good reasoning. Flawless logic. Thank you. Don't run. Yeah. Ooh, two-handed sword. An interesting one, too. Driftwood Club, Recurve Bow, and Creighton's Amulet. There it is. Oh, what did I say? You owe nothing, thief. Not even the life you wasted on spite. Oh my god. Now, on top of bodies that I created of previously living beings, I take another bite. That was more than one bite. I just kept telling myself one more, one more, one more. And I just kept thinking, what if I drizzled the nacho cheese on one of their bodies in disrespect? I don't know why. OMG, Portsy. Portsy goes nom, then goes to strange places. Okay. Well, that was the bridge. It goes nowhere. Now what? Let's see, there's the entrance there, that orange little tab you see. There's the bridge. Here's the waypoint. Called Broken Bridge for a reason. Yeah, I guess so. Maybe I thought it would be at least functional. Like, it looks pretty broken. I was like, oh, it's like chipped off the sides and stuff, but still walkable. Nope. It just ends. Okay, there. I think there was some server lag that just made audio completely leave us for a moment. Oh, hello, Dark Slice. Let me potentially one-shot you with Glacial Hammer. There we go. And what did I just pick up? No, I already forgot. Well... this is a terrible bit of armor. Get rid of it. Mute. Well, even a broken bridge leads to somewhere. Melly's hitting us with that Winnie the Pooh deep thoughts, you know, hitting us with that A.A. Milne writing. That which I love, by the way. The Winnie the Pooh books are amazing. There was apparently a sequel, a faithful sequel to the original Winnie the Pooh books written in 2009 with a new character, the Otter. And I have not read it. I should. Oh my god, that's chaos. Wait. Get out of here. Scout of Anger, I don't care. Your leader is dead. Let me read my first chaos drop. That's what we're here for. That's what it's all about. Woo! Okay. So it's a lash. Critical attack projectile chaos. 5 mana cost, 120% attack speed of base, 75% attack damage of base. Fires a poisonous projectile based on your weapon that will chain between enemies. Requires a dagger or claw. This is loss. Okay. We'll take it anyway. This is loss. We're leveled for stabs and we get one for daggers and claws. Then again, I don't know why I'm using a bow if that's the case for now. And at least until I get like a bow chaos gem. Oh my god, flies. Get out of here. Alright, quick mute. I am here. Hello. Ba 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 ba. I guess we'll go up to this upper corner, because I'm not sure what could be over there. I mean, the road doesn't lead anywhere anymore. That I know of. Oh, this doesn't lead anywhere either. Okay. Where do I go?
I must have time to gather my will.
I guess we'll go back to the Western Forest because we do have to deal with bandits in the Western Forest and travel the way forward in the Western Forest. There are no Chaos attack abilities compatible with staves. Well, I guess this has become a cold build then, huh? Might as well. Oh, goodness. It's been a while, so this is a new instance. I think I heard that the instance resets if you've not been in an area for 15 minutes. Let's use Glacial Hammer. Boom. Which way is the forest again? This is west. We're going west. Into the western forest. An iron staff, you say? Now that's a war staff. And it's a rare?
Beast of burden.
I am no beast of bird. Okay. Let's identify you, because you are a rare. Corpse spell. Oh, really? Plus 18% chance to block attack. Okay, yeah. 14 to 42. Physical damage. 24 to 47. Elemental damage. Goodness. Plus 1 to level of socketed melee gems. Plus 44% to fire damage over time multiplier. Adds 24 to 47 fire damage. 6% reduced enemy stun threshold. Plus 41 to maximum mana. And 16% increased regen rate. Goodness. I'll be back, Portsy. Keep on being the most adorable kobold. Okay. While Melly's gone, I'm going to say fuck a lot. Fuck. This is the wrong way. I think that's the wrong way. Yes, it is. Fuck. We continue west. Do 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 do. Yeah, that's the good one. That's a good Animal Crossing jazz. I know why the this fuck. Fuck. Oh fuck. I even just one-shot this guy at a 90-degree angle. I didn't totally see how. Wow, y'all died. You died too. You died too. Oh man, single file, huh? You died too. There has to be tents over here. No? Fuck. Gosh. Pot, 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 pot. There was so much pot there. I almost died. I don't even know how. Oh, good. Goodness. Fuck. Oh, BRB? Okay. Owie. Is this with the Pyre armor too? It is. Goodness. These people will just beat you up. This... That doesn't look good. There's a special glow to this. Arsonist's Grip. I'm worried about that one for now. So let's continue on the road. Ah, yes. Ooh. Serrated arrow quiver. Nope. Oh, kill the blackguards. Alright, time for Glacial Hammer. Heck yeah. I guess these guys might level me up, actually. Boop. Activate the Thaumatic Seal. Alright, boop. And talk to Bestel for your reward. That was it? They were pretty weak. Prisoner's Gate. Oh, really? Oh, we've been here. Terribly sorry about that. On the other hand, I'm done with my nachos. So that was Prisoner's Gate, which means I'm going back to this waypoint. I'm gonna see what progress we've made on the map. Oh, that was a different prison. My bad. I thought we went back to Prisoner's Gate in Act 1. Because it was called Prisoner's Gate. Wait, was that it? Axiom Prison. Oh, it was! Okay, so that just sent us back to Act 1. I see. Now that is known. Oh. I'm sorry about that. It must look so messy, just me eating and, trying to play a game on a stream. It probably just looks goofy. More pot. Oh my god, it had a greater life flask. You know, there was a skill available. I forget where it is, but it was a mastery that allowed you to replace to have people damage your mana pool before it damaged your health, and that was a really interesting idea, especially for a build like this that pretty much doubles my hit points. But that also makes me low on stamina, let's say, because then I can't sustain a fight, right? Welcome back, Fimsy. We're about to talk to Alira.
The king of rats, Creighton, dead. And that big ugly oak, chopped down. You've made quite the impact around here. But I can't say I'm surprised. You've a powerful aura on you.
You're not the least bit worried, Alira. I've killed your two rivals, and you have what they had. And you're not worried that I'll do the same to you.
The ones like mine here. There's power in those trinkets. Enchantment enough to keep my friends and I safe. Give me the amulets, and I'll gladly make you part of that power. You need friends in Rayclast, and believe me, I can be a fine friend.
Alright, if you help Alira, you will be permanently granted 5 mana per second. Alright, that would pretty much, at my current mana cost, that would pretty much let me infinitely fight with the power that I currently have. Plus 20% to global critical strike multiplier. Oh my goodness. Alright, let's take a look here. So critical strike multiplier is the damage multiplier. It's currently at 212. I think that would send it to... I don't think it's exponential, so I think that's an absolute percentage added. So I think it would be 232% after that, which is a nice permanent. Because staves do work on a... their mastery does rely heavily on increasing their crit. Plus 15% to all elemental resistances. That's also really strong for later on. That's really strong for later on. Yeah, I think that helps my build.
Almost better than Oriath and chocolate. You keep this trinket to remember me by on your travels. I'd ask you to stay, but I think we both know where that would lead. How does the old maxim go? Oh yes. Familiarity breeds contempt, and contempt is murder's concubine. A threat? No, my dear. Merely reality.
Sports, I heard you say the F word. I would never. Why would I don't know what you're talking about. That's an unchristian word. That's not a kobold-like word. By the way, Melly, this is the one I decided not to kill. Because she offered me an extra 20% to my critical strike damage multiplier. Excuse me, the fuck? It's not a kobold word. So yes, Melly, now we have an extra 20% to our critical strike multiplier. We have an extra 5 mana regen per second, which is great for our fighting build. Let's see, there was one more. Oh yeah, plus 15% to all elemental resistances. I believe that also includes chaos as well, which is really hard to build resistance against. One moment. Sorry about that. I am working down a hard taco before it becomes that gross shell, like soggy shell. But yes, we have a nice buff to some things that fit our build really well. We now have 15% resistance to lightning, fire, cold, chaos, and whatever else have you. Did I say fire? I don't know. And that's really important. For later on, I do believe. Also, that crit is going to feel really nice with things like Glacial Hammer, where I just randomly one-shot people like that. My big thing is, I think, getting my crit chance up. Now that I know that Chaos is not a thing with staves, and stave mastery focuses on crit. I think I continue focusing on crit. And I also work on critical strike mastery, which is its own thing as well. But yeah, I will also focus on the cold element now. Kobolds are submissive to dragons? Yes, they are. It's true. Oh.
I must have time to gather my will.
I must have time to gather my will. If you had a chance to change your fate, would you? There's so much I could say right now. What I can say is that I am at 99% toward... Oh my god! Holy shit! You really came at me! Come on, critical strike! I need that critical... There it is! Did you see that guy move? There's so much Femzy could say right now. And yet, for some reason, she doesn't. And there's the extra 20% increased critical strike chance. That was a pretty decent accent. Well, I'm surprised if it was a decent accent, because I put no effort into it. My tongue just did a weird thing. See, there's the critical strike mastery right next to the staff mastery, so this is really convenient. Because, like, we are building another critical chance. See, we've already built, for the first staff mastery circle, already built 20% increased critical strike chance, critical strike chance, critical strike chance, and multiplier, etc. So we're doing that again for this part. And also knock enemies back if you get a critical strike with a staff. And then we can focus on maybe spell critical strike chance, which is amazing for the frost, what's it called? Frost blades that I've been using. Oh yeah. What is my critical strike multiplier for spells? There is no say. Main hand attack. Oh, I'm at 49% fire resistance. Oh, I'm still at 0% chaos. Oh, right, it doesn't count as an element. I'm a little dumb. But that's okay. Is this it? Damage modifier, critical strike chance modifier per power charge. I'm not sure. Scottish accents hit me hard, 2BH. Oh, I see. You trade the intelligence for infinite charm. Thank you. I joke though, you're very smart. Let's look here. I actually need to check. Alright. Up 2% today, but so is the rest of the market. Anne's charming. Thank you. Well, it seems I continue to perform decently versus the market. I haven't been trading, though. I should really be trading this market, because it's so volatile. I could probably find good trades. But I haven't. I've just sort of been spending $1 a day on my favorite stocks that are down. And trading just wasn't on my mind for this dip. What was on my mind for this dip was like, oh man, there are some really nice companies with lots of cash flow that are really cheap compared to that cash flow right now. I should stack them up, stack up my cash flow yield while the dip is here. And then later on, maybe there can be a trade to happen. That's kind of what happened with Qualcomm. Qualcomm was supposed to be just a trade of mine, but it went up 30% from when I entered, and in a couple of several weeks. And it's like, well, you know, being up 30% on a stock as high quality as Qualcomm, in a company as high quality as Qualcomm, I would just stay in that, because like that means I have a higher dividend yield on cost and like cash flow yield on cost than much of the market. Goodness, 30%. Yeah, Qualcomm sank, but the thing about companies sinking in value really quickly is that that can be considered a gap. So sometimes with high volume, which can come with like options expiring or earnings coming up, that can increase volume and create what's called a gap fill. So if a stock goes up really quickly, it could potentially gap fill down, back down to its normal levels. Same with going down really quickly. They could gap up. Now there's no telling when that gap up could happen. You can see these across any frame of time. You could see it on the daily. Like, I could show you my performance today. There were multiple gap downs in my portfolio. Because, like, they would gap up and then fill that gap down and go flat. Or you could see it on a weekly chart, monthly chart. Gaps are a really popular way of trading. No one was really expecting Qualcomm to gap 30% though. Talking like a good, like a true kobold. Thank you. What did I just pick up? Oh, is this another Ruthless support? I do believe it is. Oh, by the way, we do have a nice claw here that the Chaos is capable of using. The problem is I can increase the effectiveness of the chaos. I cannot increase the effectiveness of the claw. I am nowhere near any sort of thing on the tech tree that would allow me to do so. But yeah, that's just something in my inventory now is a claw kitted out with some chaos. Fires a poisonous projectile based on your weapon that will chain between enemies. 3 to 5 added chaos damage. Chains 3 times. 60% of physical damage is converted to chaos damage. And a 40% chance to poison on hit. Projectiles deal 5% more damage with hits for each remaining chain. Plus 50% damage over time multiplier for poison from critical strikes. Oh my god, my taco. Oh man, this taco's a soup now. You know how Taco Bell's like hard shell tacos get soft on the bottom because of the meat? Well, the bottom just fell off. The front fell off. Highly unusual, I assure you. So now I just have... Now I just have the... Man, the lettuce fell out too. Okay. I am so sorry, I tried to mute, but I pressed the wrong mute button. It was the unmute button. So you probably heard a crunch, and I hate that, because I'm actually self-conscious about food sounds. I don't like them. Where am I going? Oh, I'm lost. The way forward. Travel to Lion Eye's Watch. Okay.
I must have time to gather my will.
I must have time to gather my will. Yes, I know, you're old. Or whatever. It's not being old, it's being depressed, I guess. I don't know. This is a depressed priest. Okay. It told me... Oh, Lion Eye's Watch, right. That's in Act 1 over here. Oh, I'm getting a call. One moment. You know, it said spam risk. It said spam risk, but it was my area code, and I've been sending out... like, applications, so if it's from my area code, I want to answer it, right? It was indeed a spam. I've never been called by a Jehovah's Witness. Anyway,
I thought you were a fool for seeking out Mervale.
Portia is gonna manage my horde. Oh!
I don't know. Still,
It would be my honor.
this coast
I'm
from
honored.
that long held sway here.
I'm very honored. Thank you, Fimsy. I appreciate the and treasure the trust.
Consider this.
I will do well by it.
Even nightmares fear you.
I will protect it.
Some have dared hope for a better life beyond Prisoner's Gate. Not me. My place is here, easing the suffering of exile as best I can. The Merry Gull ran aground on the tidal island trying to escape from pirates. As tends to happen here in Rayclast, her crew met a far worse fate. Cannibals. Tarkley pulled Bestel from some hideaway in the wreckage. The ship's only survivor. Whether the ordeal fractured his mind or whether it was just in his nature all along, it's clear that Bestel...
Of course he's gonna manage my horde. I just said one line, and I get a full life promise, essentially. Yep, Kobold. Oh my goodness. Hecky. I don't know how to respond to that. Yeah, Kobold.
Don't tell Tarkley, but they're the foulest fowl I've ever tasted. Still, exiles can't be choosers.
Hecky. There's just a... Wyverns. What are they doing here? Are these pets? I think they're pets.
I can think of only one reason why Piety would be here. She's interested in the sickness that pervades this place, the corruption that raises the dead and twists the wildlife into aberrations. Tarkley's as good a man as you can find on this god-forsaken coast. He has some wrongs to right, no doubt. What they are, I've never asked, and I never will. If not for Tarkley, we'd all be dead. Be well.
Okay, so I like this war staff. It does a good deal more than my current staff, I do believe. So I'm taking a chance here. Because these polarities, I'll say on the gems, they're not ideal for what I want. I want the blue-red. So, where is it? Chromatic orb. Come on, blue and red. Oh! Oh, I got it. I actually got it first try. That's sweet. Alright, we are now stronger. Keep that. Nope. Orb of fusing. Armor scrap. Yep. Move that here, move this here, just to be ready for if we can ever use it. You, I'm gonna keep as my original carry. And you would be nice to sell. Let's sell these items. Large mana flask. Large life flask. Another greater life flask of damping. and Greater Life Flask. And then we send this Thorny Warplate of the Seal here. And we get 3 scroll fragments and 3 alteration shards.
While we live, we are blessed.
Alright. And we put these here. And we put these here. Let's talk to Bestel.
That singing squid didn't stand a chance. Knew it from the first time I saw those sharp peepers of yours. Pirates notwithstanding, I thank you on behalf of all the fallen brethren of the waves. Now that the final cadence has been played, no one need remember Mervale's song.
A stranger like no other faced the wall of the Umbra, opened a pass in a sorry land, gave some hope to a sorry band of exiles and death-soaked castaways, a chance at life on a brand new day.
There. Thought you deserved one of my...
What's happening? This guy is just scrolling through his dialogue, and I'm not even pressing anything. I'm eating my taco.
Special occasion. Consider yourself just such an occasion.
I want to get away from this guy. Oh. You know what? Never mind. I take it back. I am so sorry, dude. I forgot that I just walked away after trying to turn in, 3 past quests from you. So never mind, Bestel. I needed to go through that again. Alright. Let's get Blunt Trauma. 40% increased crit chance. Plus 20% to Critical Strike Multiplier. And Knockback. What a deal. Then we go to Critical Mastery. No, wait, we need to pick up the Staff Mastery. Right. Wow, nice demon skin. I like your pentagram boots.
Damn me. I didn't think it possible. All these souls Mervale and her brood have consumed over the years. You've done right by those that are dead, and by those who still might live. You found a way to bring down Chevron's barricade. It's at times like these I recall I'm a man of action, not words. Should we encounter each other in the forest, the roast boar's on me, my friend.
Thank you, Tarkley.
Stay sharp out there.
Thank you, you too. Alright. We go back to... Actually, I don't have any quests now. So let's go to the forest encampment and see if there's any new quests for Act 2. No? Just Einher's menagerie. Travel to the menagerie and talk. Oh. Okay. To the menagerie we go.
Welcome to Aina's Menagerie, Exile. This is where I keep the beasts we capture.
Yeah, we're beyond my other characters, so I'll be totally lost from here.
About yours. A little humor for you. But seriously, Exile, Aina takes very good care of the beasts we capture. I feed them, clean them, and read them the poems I write. Then, when you are ready, we slaughter them at the blood altar to prove to the first one that we are worthy of survival. That part is not so friendly to the beasts, but if you read my poetry, you may consider it an act of mercy.
Oh my god.
Again, humor! My poetry is great. Please, look around.
I think Vlux would like this guy, don't you think, Fimsy?
Not feed the animals. That is Aina's.
Haha, humor.
The arena just north.
Haha, humor.
It is where you will perform the ritual of sacrifice by combat. Once you have captured a few beasts, go to the altar in the middle and begin the ritual.
Vlux will end up talking like him in 5 minutes.
Show them you are worthy.
Exact. Yes, if Vlux ever talked to this character in this game, this would become Vlux's default voice and like behavior for the rest of the game. And whenever we load up Monster Hunter, probably. Aha! Humor! I'm already doing it. Oh god, that would be horrible.
Business. No one else's.
Oh well.
They were the first survivors. The first ones showed my people that to win, you must outlast. They left this world long ago to seek other survivors. But they will return. And when they do, I will join them in the Great Grove. And you will join Aina, yes? Yes. Not all beasts were born equal, survivor. The first ones look upon some captures and sacrifices more fondly than others. You may not even deem some beasts worthy of sacrifice. Do not worry. Aina has imbued some orbs.
Vlux referring to themselves in the third person.
You can use these
I see it.
orbs on any beast in the menagerie, and the beast will be bound to the orb. Then you can do whatever you want with it. Give it to a handsome man like Einar, maybe. You cannot tell, but I am very handsome under this mask. Once a bestiary orb contains a beast, you can use it again to release the creature to the menagerie. Be careful, though. It will break the orb. That look in your eye.
And what can I purchase from you? Oh, a bestiary orb. Alright. Oh, it costs 1 chaos orb? Hell no. Alright. One moment. Like, just a minute. Goodness. I apologize for that. I'm here now, just situating. Ah. Okay. Love the way you situate. Excuse me, I'm so tired, OMG. I think it's the allergies. I don't even know how to make heads or tails of that anyway. That's Act 1. Act 2 is the broken bridge. Maybe we go to the crossroads and see what's in here? Potentially. Potentially, but I'm not sure. I don't know where to go from here. This is the furthest I've ever gone. I've only gone to, like, the first 2 areas of Act 2 on other characters. About 2 other characters. And that was in 2019. Whoop. Okay, so this staff is rather strong compared to the others. A superior greater life flask. Oh my god. Wait, let me put my Taco Bell box aside. A superior greater life flask recovers 378 life. Hello. Die. Okay, 360 life. Is there anything special to it? Actually, I don't think so. This is about par with the other one, so we can leave it be. I need to give food, BRB. Okay, Fimsy. Yes, as Melly said, have a good food. I hope it's wonderful. I hope the DoorDasher fulfilled it properly. That seems to be an issue in New Hampshire. No, I'm kidding. They were messing it up in Atlanta too. Let's see. Carved wand. Oh, whoop. I just tabbed out. Whoop. I'm sorry. Okay, we're back. I was just wanting to check the minimap and control alt click on that orb, and I ended up just tabbing out because then that's tab alt, because tab manipulates the map. My brain did a weird thing, a weird hand-eye coordination thing. I could do Storm Strider recipe. I say words and sometimes they're okay, sometimes they're not. Sure. Ooh. Okay, Storm Strider. Let's go. Oh, you're weak. Get out of here. Alright, let's see what our bounty is. Our booty. This is... the chain belt only gives energy shields. I would rather prefer the global physical damage because that gets converted in my build to elemental damage. Very good. Beautiful. Limeade. She said booty. Yep. Ah. Take a short little break there for sweet tea. Now, regenerating 3.3 life per second. That can add up. I wonder what else it has. I don't know if it's going to beat my Horror Rosary Citrine amulet. I'm using that plus 16 to strengthen dexterity to help pad out my stats and allow me to upgrade my gems right now. Because I was running out of dexterity and strength to keep leveling them. Plus 5 armor, plus 24 to maximum life, plus 10% to fire resistance, and 14% to cold resistance. I think I prefer this one, so we'll stick with it. Oh, the Chamber of Sins level 1, you say?
Lair of a toy maker with pretensions of godhood.
A toy maker with pretensions of godhood. Is this Santa's workshop? This is Santa's workshop. Let's go meet Santa. The elves are practicing for Halloween before they dress into their Christmas attire, I guess. If you think about it, Santa does have a god complex, doesn't he? That man doesn't age. He has infinite speed to deliver some, 2+ billion toys. I guess that would be roughly the population of children. That's a god complex, if you ask me. And he's making elves do the work for who knows what wage. And people capitalize father when they say Father Christmas, too. Pretense of godhood, if you ask me. My god, I just love frost blades. Especially on this new war staff, because with each hit, that Frostblade's initial hit does fire damage now, as well as cold damage. And then it spreads, and each bolt does more fire damage. And what other damage is that? Okay, there's fire. Arcane Surge. Because you're seeing that green when they die, right? Is that from the new staff? Somehow? Or is that just them? Maybe that's just these enemies. Otherwise, I would think it's chaos, but I don't know of any chaos on this build. I know that my claw here has chaos. Might be them, yep. A pine buckler. You have good, a good arrangement of gems here. We'll take a look at you later. Or potentially being in the secondary slot. Not secondary slot, secondary loadout, because I'm not sure how much further a bow can go without leveling the bow. Where am I? Let's go this way. I want to fight more things. Boom. I actually really like Glacial Hammer. It has a slow wind-up, but it counts as a regular attack. That's, like, really enhanced, because I do have enhanced cold damage. I have Staff Mastery, so it has all the crit chance and critical multiplier of regular attacks. It does that. Pretty nice. No, for dungeons I do need this on the screen. Or else I just get a headache. Sorry about that. If you don't like maps in your face. A trunk. Okay. Yeah, at this point, with that crit chance and the huge critical multiplier, yep, you saw that. This stave, apparently, war staff, rather, right? It has a chance to just one-shot something into oblivion. At current level. But I mean, I say that, but it's been doing it. Glacial Hammer, Glacial Hammer. It's slower, but it deals satisfying damage. Stay down. Oh, there was a necromancer there. Was that why they kept getting up? I'm back with food. Congrats. I hope it's good food. I've already been here. Let's go in here. Oh, good lord. Black Death. Wasn't very deadly, was it? When death isn't deadly. I noticed that the chat is actually perfectly over half my abilities, my mana, and my the items I'm looking at. Potentially I should see about moving the layout so that the chat is in the upper left corner. Oh, good lord. Oh my god. Just the one shot. Like, explosions. They all explode. Goodness. I actually wasn't expecting how quickly this, war staff would take my build to new heights for now. Like, that's crazy. I mean, I shouldn't be as surprised as I am. I was hanging on to that previous staff for about 10 levels. Which is saying something at level 20. It was a level 12 staff, I do believe. Actually, am I level 22? Level 23. Yersinia pestis, don't at me. Did I just cast some sort of Latin spell? I spoke Latin. I'm terrified for my life right now. Satan's gonna come out of the closet. Wait. No, like, there's a closet behind me. Damn it. I just said that without any context to the room I'm in. But yes, there's a closet behind me, and it's like I just spoke Latin. Satan's gonna come out of the closet and just grab me. That's the name of the bacteria that causes Black Plague. Ah, so it was a Latin curse. Ooh.
Inquisitor, if you attempt to transmogrify a virtue gem without the proper mental preparation, you will be a puppet master working strings made of vipers. Remember, these gems are phantasms in crystalline form, alive, with volitions inscrutable. Master conscious dreaming, as I instructed you. Your death would mean little to me, Malagaro. It's what your demise could unleash.
Well. Let me steal this statue. I want the statue. I'll add it to the horde. Well, does that mean we explored this place? Surely not. This is supposed to be level 1, right? I don't know where the entrance to level 2 would be. Wow, everything just explodes. I guess it has to be in this corner. The bottom... Oh. Sorry if you don't... Again, sorry if you don't like maps in your face. I'm doing it to keep my bearings. Because... communicating and, like, trying to find your way in a large dungeon is just a headache. I remember quite a few key things of elementary school. It was a Christian school of private school too, of zero tolerance for bullying, which, you know, quote unquote zero tolerance. So much of my memories of elementary school are just remembering how unfair the treatment would be toward the actual bullying target, you know? AKA me. I was the small one. How I actually ended bullying against me in elementary school was So... Okay, that's actually a story. A little bit of a story. So, I was the one picked on. I was the small one. But, there were some neutral people in school, obviously. There were a lot of friendly and neutral people in school. So, that's something to keep in mind when the bullying happens. So, one time, one of my friends brought their Tamagotchi collection in their backpack. Now, that was a contraband thing. That was $260 worth of Tamagotchis. They were from a more well-off family, and usually I haven't gotten along well with, oh god, with well-off students. They would get really snooty about their wealth and their parents' wealth, you know? But this one was nice. But when they brought that, someone who had a grudge against them was looking to out them, to snitch on the $260 Tamagotchi collection. I gave them such a right hook that their nose, when, keep in mind, I was 7 at the time. I have seen them when I was 16 at least, at church, and I gave them such a right hook that it was still bent. Their nose was still bent. I permanently bent a snitch's nose to the side. And the bullying stopped. Because then they were like, okay, first off, thank you for saving my collection. Everyone liked that. Everyone liked that because snitches get stitches. Second off, I didn't know you could throw a hook like that. I was like, yeah. The bullying stopped. This was in a Christian school too. Christian my ass. Alright. Whoa, did you see how my Frost Blink just one-shot that entire army of skeletons? Damn. The chest is still locked. Oh my god, wait. Is it because this necromancer just sort of wandered in here? Oh good lord, what's happening?
We will be best friends, Beast. We will be best friends, Beast.
What?
Until we slaughter you.
Whoa, he's here! Whoa, wait. This man arrived. Ian here is here. Okay. That was sudden and scary and confusing. There's so many things here. Oh, whenever there's a zoo animal, he'll arrive to help. I see. The hardest kobold. Yep, that's me. A superior greater life flask. What can you offer me? Nothing. Well, you're nice mid-range. Recovers 425 health. However, I like this prudent greater life flask. That's my main flask because 104% more recovery if used while in low life. Will literally just like instantly fills your health bar. Currently, at current levels with 355 life. Also grants immunity to shock for 8 seconds. If used while shocked. Oh, Scroll of Wisdom. Arcane Buffer. Thank you. And you know what? While you are here, this is a great opportunity to seek out a mini-boss exclusive to Arch Nemesis. Wow, there's no enemies, huh? I spoke, didn't I? Oh well, they're easy. Make sure this room is clear too? Okay. So this is a skeleton then, huh? Well, let's see, what's a nice level here that we have? Storm Strider. Chaos Weaver. Imbued with chaos damage and resistance. Arcane Buffer. 34 undiscovered. Let's use this Frost Strider. It's only level 12, but that's okay. So it resists cold. I'd like to see it resist this crit damage. Oh, I'm about to die. Well, that went quick. Well, let's see how this stuff is. That armor has nothing on the armor I currently have. These two could be something. What are you? +7 to maximum life. Okay. Regenerate 4.5 life per second, not bad. 9% increased rarity of items found, also not bad. You also give actual armor instead of evasion rating. Plus 15% cold resistance. And you, Iron Hat? 8% increased rarity of items found. 9% to fire resistance, 10% to cold resistance. Reflects 3 physical damage to melee attackers. Don't I already do that? No, that's not currently what I have. I'll take this one. First of all, it can support... Well, it can support gems with, like, an ability and a support. These two are connected. Second off, 54 armor. Boop. Nice little upgrade there with a nice red band, as you can see. Supports melee strike or slam skills. Every third time you use a supported attack? That use of the skill will be more powerful. Would that include... Yep, that would include Glacial Hammer. What about Frost Blades? That's a strike. Okay, so I have Arcane Surge on it now. But... So Arcane Surge is after spending a total of 32 mana on upfront costs and effects of a supported skill. Arcane Surge grants 13% more spell damage, 39% increased mana regeneration, it lasts for 4 seconds, and supported skills deal 13% more spell damage while you have Arcane Surge. Now, Ruthless support... Let's look here. Supports melee strike or slam skill. Okay. Every third attack with supported melee attacks deals a ruthless blow. Okay, ruthless blows with supported skills deal 70% more damage, more melee damage. Ruthless blows with supported skills also deal 70% more damage with bleeding caused by melee hits. Ruthless blow. Okay. Basically, I wish I could have Frostblade supported by both Arcane Surge and Ruthless Blows, but I cannot. I'm kind of no. I think we do move Frostblades up here for Ruthless support and see what happens. Yeah, let's just see what happens. Will it be big? I mean, I already one-shot them currently, so it will be hard to tell for now. Like that. That guy's name was Sin Lord. Weird. Oh, another skeleton. This is a level 9 Storm Strider. But... that's okay. We have a chance at 3... If I read that right, 3 amulets? Right? Three amulets and 3 rings. So... not 3 amulets, 3 bits of armor and 3 rings. So let's take a look here. I decide against this one, the Light Brigandine. This Iron Hat, decided against it. This is also old. Okay. I don't want a Plague Mask. I guess we'll look at the rings. Plus 10 to strength, 8 to dexterity, 11 to intelligence. Goodness. 28 to maximum life, and 21 to maximum mana. Goodness. I think that's a lot better than what I have up here. Let's look at the other one. Demon Band, huh? 10% increased global accuracy rating, plus 6 to maximum energy shield, plus 20 to maximum life, 8% increased rarity of items found, 5% increased light radius. What does that even... Oh, that makes things brighter, huh? Will that affect some sort of enemy in the future? Is a light build an actual thing? Because it does make it lighter, as you can see. Just a little bit. I did see passive skill tree. Where is it? There is a light mastery around here. And I was wondering about it. Brand. So there's brand. I do have a brand. I'm not using it. It's not equipped. Damage over time. Ah, where's light? Block? Anyway, I was wondering about light. Seems really strange. Light is only for your eyes. Okay. I was wondering. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Is that Snooey? That's a cute name, if I'm saying that right. Snooey. Alright, well, I'm going to use this one. This ring is currently a ball of stats for me. 10 strength, 8 dexterity, 11 intelligence, 20 mana, no, I'm sorry, 28 maximum life, and 21 maximum mana. Yeah, well, that's really cute. Hello, Kian. I guess you've still been playing, huh? Did I convince you to binge this game again? Like, hardcore? I hope I haven't, like, restarted an addiction or anything. Been distracted. I can log back in now. Oh no. Oh my god. What have I done? I got Kian back into the Path of Exile addiction. Okay. You know what? My inventory can't handle much more. Oh, yes it can. How about another... Oh, man. What could I do? Storm Strider. I'm not totally sure how to do this. I am level 89 this league. I actually have 2 characters, but one of them is absolutely dog shit at single targeting. In a league all about single targeting. I want to do Frost Strider, but I don't know how to combine them. If that's possible. I can... Isn't there supposed to be crafting if there's recipes? I'm totally clueless on how this league works. Let's see. I could do... Stormweaver. Could have sworn I had a recipe that was, like, already available. Not much worth doing a recipe for Arch Nemesis this early on. Just use random crap and take what you get. Okay. I'm curious about this. So, while we have this guy following us, let's go for Berserker. Berserker scared me in the past, so let's see what happens. Oh, good lord, is he doing that? Oh, there's a lot here. Plus 23 to intelligence. Chain belts. I kind of like the rustic sash for now because of that physical damage. Good leveling boots. Oh. Oh my goodness, you're right. Plus 5 to dexterity. Now, the one thing I... Oh, wait. This isn't even connected to anything anymore. Now, I would lose out on my frost blink currently. $19 to maximum energy shields. 21% increased mana regeneration. 20% increased movement speed. And cannot be frozen. Alright. So this Arcane Surge support, I had already moved the ability, the skill it was tied to. Frost Blink is... That's a bit of a loss. I'm not using that. Not right now. Actually, right, I did say that I would keep that in case I decide on a Scepter secondary loadout. Good leveling boosts. Those last two are important move speed and cannot be frozen. Alright. Oh my god. Oh, good lord. Oh yeah, I can't frost blink. Come on. I want that glacial hammer one shot. There we go. It wasn't the one shot, but there's always that chance. Oh, I've been here. And yes, Snooey, thank you for the pointers, as I am new. And same to you, Kian. Boom. Oh, psh. That is called shatter when you killed a frozen enemy. Ah. Boarding axe. Okay. Do. Well, I'm gonna shatter a bunch of faces then here. Like that. Oh, you got big. Or was that not you? Oh.
That was a hunt you will not soon forget. You're welcome.
I'm not forgetting it now. Ah! You know what? I can't believe I'm alive, but I'm so thankful for this prudent greater life flask here with the 100% more recovery if used on low life. That pulled me through that onslaught. That's a grand mana flask. I'm kind of curious to see what its secondary effect is. This is a composite bow with 3 connected gems here. Gem slots, let's say. This is a little higher level, but currently, while I do have a bow, this gives me more flexibility, supposedly. Maybe. You know? So now there's a Mirage Archer support for both Burning Arrow and Split Arrow. Alright. You following a build guide or just winging it? I'm just winging it. I actually, I haven't played this since 2019, and even then I only played like 2 characters to level. Where did she go? I only played 2 other characters to level 20, so I'm well beyond what I've ever done. And I was going. This morning I did try loading up a build guide to see what I could do. I didn't really end up doing that. I was just like, you know what? I'm just gonna see what happens. This is my first time really in Act 2, so I'd rather enjoy the experience and see what the RNG gives me. Scale Double. Look at that, 111 armor and 111 evasion rating. That sounds good. Wrapped. It can't support what I have here, which is the Frost Bomb. Actually, you know what? It can support what I have, because I just have the Frost Bomb, huh? This is actually just on there to be on there. It doesn't do anything yet. Let's just move it for the hell of it. And move the Frost... Oh, right. Use some Wisdom. A Scroll of Wisdom. And we get plus 18 to armor. 17 to evasion rating. Plus 12 to maximum life. 17 cold and lightning resistance. Goodness. Now this has 216 armor. But I think that cold and lightning resistance makes up for it. Because we have run into a lot of lightning, as we've already seen here. And life. You're right. New one much better? Yes, I thought so too.
I bequeath this transmutation device to you, Inquisitor Maligaro, in recognition of your devotion to our sublime art. May it be the chariot that conveys your dreams into reality. Malachi, Thaumaturge Laureate to the Empire.
Your main focus should be resistance? Good. I'm actually glad of that, because let's look here. I am at 31% fire resistance, 47% cold resistance, and 53% lightning resistance. I did find something for chaos resistance, I just don't have it. Your raw armor. Not bad for this point in the game. Thank you. There is a major boost to this because, I don't know how to explain it. When we were in the forest and you had those 3 warring tribes, I basically gave the other 2 tribes amulets, right? Trinkets to the last one, and they gave me a permanent 15% resistance to all elements. So I decided to take that deal. Not bad for this point in the game. Your raw armor. Oh, hi, Cyber. It seems pretty late there for you. Hope you're doing alright. This point of the game. As much as possible, be at the cap 75, 75, 75. Goodness. Where am I? Oh. I need to go all the way back here. Wait. Ah! You're kidding me. Raise your legs. Step. Oh, come on. You can't do a lunge. Okay. We're going around. Oh, I need to talk to Helena. Those cages are too big. Oh yes, Helena.
Piety was after a creation of Meligaro's called the Baleful Gem. It's nearby and it's something that heartless bitch must never get her hands on. You have it already. Thank innocence. All right, take it to the Esmeri village by the river. I'll meet you there. For my days with the Ebony Legion are done.
Okay. Look at my shuffle. I look like a character in Totally Accurate Battle Simulator. You know how they shuffle? That's this guy. Those legs, though. Yep, those are certainly, ripped legs. They're built for hauling around this probably 15, 20-pound chest plate. Now I guess I leave. Look at them calves. You need some wisdom scrolls? Funny enough, even though I only have one here, I have done pretty well. That's only energy shield. I don't need that. Well, actually, I can turn it in, right? Trade it and see what I get. But I've been alright so far. Wait, where am I going? Is there a level 3? Do I need to look for a level 3? I have 1,000 scrolls. Oh my god. So far I don't need it, but thank you very much. No, back to town. Okay. Now you're done here. Oh, Cyber, you play? 5,000. Oh, goodness. Oh yeah, trials here. Okay. Well then, I will seek out these trials for a bit, see what I can find, and I'm going to... Sorry if you don't like maps in your face. I'm going to have this to help navigate, otherwise I'll get a headache trying to go around here. Well, look at that. Also not a good player, and also hurting when I play too much. Aw, I'm sorry. No, I don't have over 3,000 hours in this at all. I learned something about cyber every stream. Oh, blacksmith's whetstone, I'll take it.
The path to justice is slender and perfidious, fraught with missteps of ambition and despair, egotism and doubt. Should you choose this road, beware those who would waylay your hopes and
Okay. I don't have Frost Blink. We're just gonna... Whoop! Yep. You know what? Whoop! Whoop! Oh wait, I needed that switch. Okay. Haven't played much past 3 or 4 years. Cheating. Oh my god. Thankfully these saws don't do much damage, they just kind of pushed me into them. Sword of Wisdom. Not Sword of Wisdom, Scroll of Wisdom. Nice. Indeed. Oh? Well, okay. Is this a map of the world? That's really detailed. Goodness. Could you imagine putting that in stone? Oh, strongbox, you know we have to. And then we'll leave. Be gone. Well?
I am no beast of burden.
I am no beast of burden. Okay. I'm gonna drop that. Plus 33 to strength. No, I'm gonna keep the 20% increased global physical damage. Again, both for my bow, I believe, and my staff that's currently converted to elemental damage anyway, so that's pretty nice. Okay, iron scale boots. So I guess these are just here to stay for now. Though it can currently only really have a support on it, so I might try to re-roll its color. Try to get Frost Blink back on here. I don't want you. Item level 16. No, I'm gonna take it back. You know, I don't actually see anything I need. Oh man. Nope. He hauls. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Run, my good sir. You know, I don't mind grinding through this area again and getting some XP. I don't mind that at all. Goodness. Now let's just drop one of these in here. Good lord, what's that? Oh, you. Okay. The monster is massive, granting more life, area of effect, and damage. You know what? I kind of want that. Big spider, huh? Dead spider. Everything dies. Probably not efficient to just go back through here for the sake of grinding, but... oh well. Come on, Glacial Hammer. Oh, I love that crit. When Frostblade doesn't work, that crit usually does. Love having Staff Mastery, it's so fun. Oh! It sure is fun. Oh yeah. Just feeling that... just scratching that itch of one-shotting an entire room, because you're a little over-leveled or whatever. It feels nice. Excuse me? %more monster life, monsters poison on hit. Oh god, this is a... is this a chaos room? 20% increased quantity of items found in this area. Anyway. Let's do it. Let's regret this. Oh good lord, this is actually scary. Scary. Scary! Oh! Oh! I don't like the land tadpoles. Valside area. Some of the earliest extra content this game offers. Ah, I see. Do-do-do. Resists elemental damage. Well then. Time for the Glacial Hammer. Ah. These Iron Scale gauntlets. Gives you some kick-ass skills. Plus you can get corrupted versions of skills, and Cyber already said that. I like the configuration of the gems that I can use here on the these Iron Scale gauntlets. Same with this soldier helmet. Surely that can come in handy later. Hmm. Oh my god. Okay. It's time for Spreadsheet Simulator as we read these. My brain. Now, gear at the moment, is only good for the current slots. Okay. This Viper Edge. What do you do? 5 to 11 physical. That deals 3 elements of damage. 6.1% crit chance. 1.66 attack speed. Well, attacks per second. 25% the global critical strike multiplier. Adds, okay, 8 to 16. Yep, we've read that. 7% increased. 11% increased crit chance. Okay. This looks interesting. I don't like you. Boop. Actually, let's see what you do. Boop. 66% reduced amount recovered, instant recovery. Get out of here. And you, get out of here. Heavy belt. Get out of here. Get in here. Boom. Sorry, I had a Nancy Drew moment, you know, where you have to sort things. Anyway. Is there anything else? Nope, this appears to be... Oh, wait. There is something else. Down here. Potentially? I will take that chance. Oh, good lord. Leave me. Wow, I can't believe I survived Magic the Gathering Crimson Vow. Hecky. This thing interests me. Unfortunately, none of these gems have a great configuration because they're not connected. I can't support anything on it. It could be a nice trade-in thing. Maybe. Let's look at you. Maybe you'd be better than these here. 1 to 2 fire damage to attacks, plus 19 to evasion. 11% increased evasion and energy shield. 6 to maximum energy shield. 15% to fire resistance. You're 9% fire resistance. Oh, I would be losing out on some elemental damage. Life gained on killed and maximum life, though. I'd rather keep this. Perhaps. I cannot read this. This spell creates ethereal blades, which orbit in an area around you, dealing damage every 0.6 seconds to all enemies in their radius. As more blades are added, the damage becomes greater and more frequent. Deals 3 to 5 physical damage. Base duration is 4.0 seconds. 35% increased hit rate for each blade. 35% more damage for each blade. Can have up to 10 active spinning blades. Oh god. %, increased crit strike chance for each blade. Okay. Stats don't even matter much yet. Souls per use. Creates an independently moving vortex of ethereal blades which lasts for a duration. The vortex moves toward nearby enemies, repeatedly damaging enemies that it passes through. Oh, that deals a lot more damage. Lasts longer. Hits enemies much more frequently. Can I put this on anything? Oh, I can. And then anything else. That's Reeve. What is this? Vortex. Blade Vortex. This is double strike. Performs 2 fast strikes with a melee weapon. 25% chance to cause bleeding. And adds 3 to 5 physical damage against bleeding enemies. The double strike. Souls per use, huh? What even is this? Frost blades? Oh. Not enough souls. Reeve attacks a small area in front of you. Each reeve that hits an enemy grants stages, which you will begin to lose after a short period without hitting anything. Only works with daggers, claws, and one-handed swords. Well, you're out. This one, though, fast attacks that cause bleeding. Performs 2 fast strikes with a melee weapon, each of which summons a double of you for a duration to continuously attack monsters in this fashion. You know, I wouldn't be mad at that. Oh, whoops. Okay. W would currently be you, and then that's that. You get to be this. Move only. Okay. Something like this. I don't know. Okay, let's go. Now we leave. Goodbye. Or I test my stuff on you. I actually don't know the way out. I forget. Well, testing time. I can appreciate being Garen from League of Legends. I can do this infinitely, actually, because my mana regen is actually faster than this can even spend anything. So I can just... I could just hold down W forever now. This is stupid. What kind of damage does it do? I actually didn't even look. That is physical. Okay. Because currently my ice damage for my staff, totally outdoes it. Now this double strike. The double strike only seems to be available with a certain amount of souls collected. Let's see if I can collect some. I'm not sure how that works. Do they have souls? I don't know. Something like this, actually. Okay, so that's Frost Bomb now. I'm sure that can be really strong with some support. Currently, I don't think these will be taking over my frost blades anytime soon. Perhaps that could change. Kill the fox. Damn it. Where do I go now? What do these need? A new level. Travel to the menagerie, use the blood altar. Travel to the forest encampment.
The Oriathan girl. She is alive. She wants to stay with us, not to go back to her people. I say we take her traitor's heart to the chief. Ask that the warriors in black leave us be. I sleep less, but no more, thanks to you. Helena gave me these. Use it or cast it away. I do not care. I have no time for Helena's breed of peace.
Alright. Oh, let's see what we can scrounge up here. This is cold. Now let's look for cold first. Since none of these are supports, there's a brand. I don't have any brand mastery, though. Wave of Conviction. Arcane Cloak. Alright, this is the only cold one, then. Herald of Ice. A reservation, 25% of mana. Cast time is instant. Grants a buff, adding cold damage to spells and attacks. If you shatter an enemy, this skill will cause them to explode and deal AoE cold damage to enemies near them. Holy shit. If only I could link this up to Frostblades. Buff grants 5 to 7 added cold attack and spell cold damage. You don't have to, it's a buff. Oh. So it'll work anyway. That's Frostblades. Yeah, currently I'm not into that one. So, Herald of Ice. It affects everything when active. Sell some things. I don't care for you, or you. Don't care for you. And don't care for you. Also you. That's a tough one. That's plus 10% and 14% to fire and ice resistance, respectively. But the 20% increased global physical damage. And 8% increased elemental damage with attack skills. Okay. I think that's good. Put some things in storage, which has no order whatsoever. That's okay, though. I can, like, always go through this when I'm ready to. But I'm not ready to. And just in case we run into something cool, I'm holding on to these gems. I'm not sure about that brand. Is there a way to sort this? Damn it. I feel so bad about this stash here. Okay.
What do you want?
Not purchase, sell. Just get these out of here.
Travel far.
Auto sort, is there? Hell no. Damn it. Nope. Do you think these devs care for quality of life improvements? I can hope. This brand, brands are cool. I didn't really know they were a thing, so maybe a future build could, focus on brands, but currently I have nothing for that. This Reckoning, same thing. I'll come back for it if I decide to have a secondary loadout with a shield, though. Orb of Alteration. Reeve. Oh yeah, the Rusted Spike. They do, you asshole, just not all of them. Y'all are silly. I don't know. This would be a game where you could just people watch. See how many cosmetics go by, you know? I need to level up. That's the only thing holding me back from these, I think. Yep, I need to be a level higher. Oh no, she found a skill and immediately wants to make 100 other characters to make a build from each skill. I'll pray for you. Travel to the menagerie. Okay, I have my heading for now. I guess I'm gonna have to fight a beast.
Greetings, survivor. The arena just north. That is the blood altar. It is where you will perform the ritual of sacrifice by combat. Once you have captured a few beasts, go to the altar in the middle and begin the... See?
Okay. Blood altar. Okay. I don't, only because it hurts me to play the game, and I don't want to spend my wrist stamina on leveling areas. I'm not sure what I'm doing. Let's do it. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, you're easy. Wait. I just stand here. I gain life on kill. I just stand here. Yeah. That's why I use controller. I can't blame you if this is the only game you play for the next 3 years. Isn't it just so easy with a skill tree like this to just get lost in time? This looks like something where 5,000 hours later you're like, oh, I still haven't done that build yet. This is so intricate. Oh, and it's very tidy now. Was it not before? Yeah, they do like... You should have seen before. They do like art. I know that this is the... I'm pretty sure this is the witch one. I think. And like they have a nice cute art here. Themed for the witch. Then there's like symmetrical stuff here. Yeah, they sort of make art of this. Reminds me of those red webs on detective shows. It looks like... I think it looks like Sherlock Holmes's Mind Palace. Like you can see him just scrolling in and going, was that the thought? No, that wasn't the thought. This is the memory. This is the memory leading to that thought. And this is the memory that made a memory of that thought. And I know who the killer is.
The crunch of bone, the splatter of blood.
Oh yeah, there's a new one too. Wait, it's very tidy because there are 2 of them now. What? And no, I will not tell you, Watson.
This is what we will do, yes? The first ones have many blessings to bestow. We will discover them. Now go, survivor. More bees. See you.
I like that guy. We talked to Bestel. Apparently. Talk to Bestel for your reward. There's no exclamation mark.
One day we'll be strong.
Oh, over here. Sweet. Alright, what were we doing? Ah, yes. Another staff mastery. You can't deal damage with skills yourself. +1 to maximum number of summoned totems. Excuse me? What is Unholy Might? I think I asked this before, but I forgot. It's a lot better than it sounds if you play totems. Oh, I see. This one helps with the one-shot on the Glacial Hammer, too. A buff that grants 30% physical damage as extra chaos damage. Okay. Thank you. I apply that. Now we have 2 of them. And then soon we'll have 3 of them. This one gives area of effect, and increased attack speed, cast speed, and area of effect. Okay. You know what? Maybe I just go for the colds now. I don't know. There's so many things to do. I want it all, but I can't have it all on one character. Is this the curse? Is this how the game has drawn me in? Oh, good night, Portal, Melly, and Kian. Good night, Cyber. I hope you enjoyed your stay, and I hope you have a good rest. Thank you for dropping by. Aw, Fimsy. Let's see. Wow, goodness, it's been 5 hours. I remember when it was 2 hours in, and that flew by, and now the past 3 hours has flown by. Oh, goodness. Oh, God help me. This is brutal. I feel like this leads somewhere. Right? Or does this lead somewhere? What leads where? This is a building. You must complete the quest root of the problem first. Let's go here one more time and see if there's any quest available. Yep.
The spirit is strong in Fell Shrine. You touch the stones, you will feel it. They spoke to me, those stones. Told me to take their altar and to find the hand of a good man. He lived in that church, as you call it. The altar is his, and it will wake when he touches it once more. You could find the good man. Bring me his hand. When the spirit of the altar awakes, I will share it with you. I promise.
That sounds nefarious in multiple ways.
Be well.
Nice cosmetic. I too like to be a cosmic horror whenever I can. And then this guy's just bare-fisted, just crouched over. Okay. Anyway. Travel to the crypt. I'm gonna see what's over here. Oh, that's not a map. Okay. These are ruins. Will ruins lead to a crypt? Big if true. Oh my god. It's time for me to stand here menacingly. More goat hide boots, you say? These actually have better polarity, if you ask me. I'll just call it polarity. Like, Warframe. Mod slots, right? Large, if correct. Large, if correct. Plus 15 to dexterity and plus 15 to intelligence. That's already pretty great. 125% increased evasion rating. 15% move speed. 9% of damage taken recouped as mana. Well, I don't have mana problems currently, but in the future I can definitely see it. Also, these are good mitts. Potentially. Like, they have good slots there. And 10% increased move speed for you and nearby allies. Wait. Is that 25% increased move speed then? This is a splash support. It's not a... I don't think it's even improving anything right now. This gives energy shield, but this gives massive evasion rating. I'm still fast. I think this is actually a little faster. I will beat you with my ice stick. Okay. This is a strong staff. Currently. Do I go back to Reeve? Attacks a small area in front of you. Each Reeve that hits an enemy grants stages. Yes. I didn't really try this at all, did I? Oh, good lord. Oh, I actually have enough souls for the Vol Double Strike. Well, let's find something to try it on. You look good. Oh, I become Wukong. Okay. That was cool. They melted. I can see it. I didn't get to try the Reeve yet. Oh, Scroll of Wisdom. Thank you. I'm about to level up. And when I level up, I can level all of these up. Goodness. I can't frost blink.
I must have time to gather my will.
Oh, that buff. Oh, it just reduces my mana by a flat 25% then. Oh, I can regen it up to that point though. And that's all it takes? Because look at that. My Frost Blades don't even spend enough for me to even worry about mana. It fully regenerates by the next strike. So, this is awesome. It's just on. Everything is just dead. I love this. Oh, Vol Double Strike. You know, since this is like a buff that you just have on Reeve Double Strike, I'm just gonna have Double Strike here in its place. Then Ball Double Strike. Reeve. And Vol Reeve? Potentially. Ooh. Thank you. Hey you, I want a limit test. What do I want? I'm curious about this one. Let's go. Steel infused. Oh, you're a bitch. If I get that, critical strike, that was just half their health. And the rare weapon was Wood Splitter. Darn it. Oh, right. I should have that under control. So Herald of Ice, just under control Q. It's hidden back there. I don't need to touch it again, hopefully. Unless I, like, die and need to reactivate. Cool. Sick. Crit chance? For spells? Okay, what is a spell here? Glacial Hammer, that's an attack. It's not a spell, that's not a spell. Actually, I don't think that would even do as much as I thought. Frost Bomb is a spell. Reeve, not a spell. Herald of Ice is a spell. But that's an overall buff. Okay, I don't actually have spells right now, so that can be on the back burner for now, potentially. It would only affect Frost Bomb. However, the critical mastery maybe could do something for me. Plus 25% to critical strike multiplier against unique enemies. 50% increased effect of non-damaging ailments you inflict with critical strikes. Plus 3 to level of all critical support gems. You take 30% reduced extra damage from critical strikes. And 150% increased crit chance against enemies on full life. You know what? As strong as our ice is right now, I think we go for Cold Mastery. Oh, it's late, huh? This is a long one. I haven't had a long one. I haven't had a stream this long since January. Earlier January. Arctic Armor. Okay. It's a spell with duration and it's cold. It needs to reserve another 25% of mana. Conjures an icy barrier that chills enemies when they hit you. You drop chilled ground while moving and take less fire and physical damage while stationary. Base duration is 2.5 seconds. However, it is reservation, so I guess it can be permanent. Buff grants 8% less fire damage, 8% less physical damage while stationary. Chills enemies for 0.5 seconds when hit, reducing their action speed by 30%. Buff grants immunity to freeze. You know? Okay. Okay. I want to see this. Well, that's 50% of my mana gone. For a second, I thought I did that. I was like, holy shit, that's a cool symbol. I'm feeling frosty. What are you? Oh, you're just a zombie. Sentinel, imbued with blocks, with block and spell block. They trigger... Monster triggers Reckoning when hit. Let's try this. Oh my god, that was a crit? Oh, I could just kite them with my frozen ground. This is amazing. I love this game. Oral Amulet. Whoa now. What do you do? An Araku Tiki Oral Amulet. Regenerate 3.8 life per second. Plus 100 to evasion rating while on low life. Plus 40... What? Get out of here. Smack down this bug. Was that a totem assisting me? Oh, a Val Orb. Plus 47 to maximum life, plus 24% to fire resistance. And regenerate 1% of life per second while on low life. Truly, she was nice, Kobold. Love to see it. This is 17% resistance, 11% increased evasion. I like its ball of stats, like... I like this thing for its stats. The plus 16 to strength and dexterity, plus 5 to all attributes. But this... Let's see what that does. I no longer have the strength to use this weapon. Okay, so for now, I have to use this amulet to use my staff. Got it. What was that, though? What was I short on? I'll look again, actually. In a moment. It was strength. Okay, so I'm guessing our next level might go, unfortunately, instead of straight to cold, it might go toward 30 strength from might. That's all I can think of right now. Holy shit. Oh my god. I'm so icy. It deals so much damage. Ice damage is like one of my favorites anyway. When I would do magic in Skyrim, it would always be ice damage.
Faith, fallen to desecration.
So, this is rather fitting. Especially if I can't get chaos on this character. Not with the staff, anyway. Even then, I wouldn't be able to get any damage on the claws, or any mastery on them. So it would mostly be focused on the chaos damage it can deal. Bombardier. Or, you know, whatever have you. There can always be a better drop. What is this? Blasphemer's Grip. Ice is also very good in this game, if I remember correctly. I've never done it myself, though. Okay. I feel like fighting you. Bombardier. I didn't read what that does. I'm probably gonna regret that. I regret it. Oh, never mind. You're dead. I'm almost dead. I'm alive. It is very nice. Gnarled Branch. A staff, level 19. Ringmail coat. Composite bow. Leather cap. That one has nice gems. Nah. I can't put the support on the frost blades on it, though. What about this one? Nope. Those are reserved. I have a lot of green now. But I didn't have any green gems until, I think, level 18. What was it? 18? I didn't have any until, like, an hour or two into this stream, and now it's mostly green gems making up this build. I haven't even swapped out to my secondary loadout yet. Perhaps I should take that as a hint that it's time to move away from the bow. Although, let's see what it does. That's the trial. I mean, it's fun. It's not the ice. Ice is nice. I usually like Chaos and Lightning. Oh. Let's make a pincushion out of this. Yeah. Do 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 do. Oh, I'm dying on this? Okay, let's go back to this and just wipe the floor. Be gone. Gargantuan. Scroll of Wisdom. Nope. Ba, 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 ba. Oh, that's not something? Alright, strong box. Kill them with ice. Just like that. Scroll of Wisdom, Scroll of Wisdom, Scroll of Wisdom. I guess Scroll of Wisdom gets more common? Perhaps? Anyway, there was nothing else here. We move on. Oh, Scroll of Wisdom. Oop. A hybrid flask, you say? Hey now. I don't think I'm ready for a hybrid flask. This wood splitter has decent gems. I love this build because it's like right-click to clear room. And I'm sure there's builds that are even lazier than that, where it's like, oh, stand in room to clear room. That's my minion build. A rusted what? Oif? I don't like that word. A A quartz wand, you say? Ooh. That sounds pretty. What do you look like? Ooh. Boy, I don't like that. Let's see what you have. 15% fire resistance, you say. This one gives fire attack and fire damage, and that's the damage is kind of lackluster already. Quiver of the Salamander. Interesting. Oh, level 2. Wait, we're in the crypt? Since when? Have I just been on autopilot? I have been. I've totally been on autopilot. I just like woke up and I'm like, holy shit, we're in the crypt. Level 2. Stop raising them. That's what I thought. Was there another sarcophagus? Nope. This game's so pretty, by the way. I think I already said that, but this game's really pretty. The trial is on level 1 if you've not done it. Oh yeah, I didn't. You're so pretty. Thank you. Ba ba ba. Ba 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 ba. We charge forth back into crypt level 1. Oh. There we go. Even on your lowest graphical setting. Are you saying I would even be pretty as an NFT? That's so corny. I love it. I could be your angel or your NFT. This is a big place. You know what? Yes, I'll bite that bullet. Alright. Bronze monoglyph.
Entrails of the faithful.
I don't like this. Ow. I gotta be mindful of my movement speed. What did I just change? Was there something here? Nope. Let them come back. Thank you. Woo! Woo! Okay. Well then.
So that all may find you when the night falls.
That's all on this side. Unknown area, huh? Well now. Back to level 2? I forget where it is. Did I activate that waypoint? I hope I did. Go here. Yes. Down. Right. Right. Left. Right. Left. Take a right. And level 2. We must go deeper. Test our limits. No fear. After all, we are very strong. We are right-click and you're done strong. Indeed. Forward! Oh my god, that was a necromancer too. Was. That third strike really does do something, I think. On the enemies that last that long. Strong bucks. Oh, they're just gone. Well, damn. That's a nice looking iron staff. It's not my war staff though. That adds what, 40 fire damage as well? Army General Portsea. Yep, that's me. I am Army General. As in an army of me. I command me. Maybe. Probably not, actually. I think Fimsy would be my general then. Die, brigand! Oh wait, no, that's the armor. I was reading this when I said that. That's a nice rapier. Look at those gems. Same with this twig spirit shield. But I haven't seen anything yet that convinces me to have a secondary loadout. Maybe if I have a really nice scepter drop or something. Or a really nice axe drop, I wouldn't be too opposed to it. Work is over. Oh, awesome. Time to do chores. How many hours is that shift? Goodness. We're coming up on a 6-hour stream. Cool. Iron skill boots, scroll of wisdom, thank you. Wow, this stuff is becoming very common. Went from pinching wisdom scrolls to 20. Yay. I've also been less caring about drops for now, because I think this staff is enough for a few levels. 8 with a half-hour lunch? Oh, I see. Oh, and you're on California time. It's 8:40 for you. I'm sorry, not 840, 540. Right. So thank you for entertaining. You're welcome. I'm glad I could entertain for a 8.5 hour shift. Whetstone. Is that all for this? Oh, there's actually something up here. I can beeline it. Actually, I want to fight this. I want a weapon. Oh well, this will do. Okay, just explode then. Jeez. God. Let's see what you are. Plus 11 to strength. 9% increased global accuracy rating. Plus 16% to fire resistance. Reflects 3 physical damage to melee attackers. And 5% increased light radius. I am kind of a little down about lights not being something more important. Just being brighter. Like, could you imagine light builds? That actually sounds kind of awesome. Oh, that's the golden hand. I thought we were literally chopping off the golden hand of, like, a living priest. So that's why I said that has, like, implications of some sort. Like, I was like, wow, that's hateful. No, it's a golden hand on an altar. God help me, I love this game. This makes me scared to open up Diablo. I'm scared I will never emerge. That does sound cool. Yes, it does. Like, because then you would also be dealing with, like, enemies of darkness, right? Trying to lower your brightness. And maybe the light actually empowers some minions or something. Some angelic minions. Etc., etc. Or maybe light has to do with also empowering... Oh, that actually wasn't activated. Empowering those minions and giving debuffs to dark-focused enemies. I don't know. It sounds cool. I would like it. Then again, since they already have light as a mechanic, well, just the ability to increase light, maybe they will eventually do something more with it in an expansion. I'd like to see it. I actually go back here. Bring the golden hand. Now, is that a story mission or a side mission? Oh, it's optional. Shh. Says right there.
You are Dream Tender, my new name for you. Badness is everywhere around us. You bring us something good. Now, I promise to share. Let us awaken the spirit, bring even more good into this life.
And it's evil? Survival skills. Oh? Flasks gain 2 charges when you hit a non-unique enemy. No more than once per second. Huh. So that would allow me to, like, almost infinitely just spam flasks then, right? 80% less flask charges gained from kills. Huh. Survival. Okay. 20% reduced flask charges gained. 50% increased flask effect duration. I like doing that in the Diablo. Doing what? The light thing? Oh, is light a thing in Diablo? I would do that build. Flasks applied to you have 20% reduced effect. They gain 3 charges every 3 seconds while they are inactive. I don't like any of these. I leave my flasks alone. I mean, hockey damage in Diablo 3, but I feel like it could get more complex. I'm just gonna take this one to get her out of my face and never use it. Here, I'm gonna put it in the stash. Take this scary flask alteration away from me. I want my flasks intact, thank you. I don't want trade-offs for my benefits. Well, not too much. And those are too much. 2 passive respec points. Right-click to gain 2... What? I don't know what I just did. Holy, not hunky or hunkai damage. What? Don't make fun of my typing. There are no quests. Oh, here.
I gave the Ebony Legion my faith and my loyalty, and it offered me nothing but fear and death in return. Thank you for freeing me from both. Piety led us into that.
Oh, I'm sorry to ignore you. It's just that this is a cool cosmetic. It's like Dwemer Angel, and this man leaves a trail of zombie hands. Are you kidding me? Okay. Damn. Hey, Silk.
Story for you. A good story, but not finished.
A good story, but not finished.
Eight-leg forest in southwest. Meet the mother of all 8
Southwest.
We fight. Big fight.
Meet the mother of all 8 legs. There you go, Melly.
I stick my best spear in mother's eye and return to village. Must not stay away too long. Must protect my people. Now my best
This guy looks like Orochimaru,
Eremer said to leave it there.
but speaks like caveman.
Dark science, whatever that be. No, I want it back. But Mother Eightleg would smell me from far off. Catch me by surprise. She does.
Okay. Talk to Helena in your hideout. OMG, he does. Yep, look like Orochimaru, talk like caveman.
I've taken the liberty of performing a few tests. There are a few magical modifications the transmutio device can make that are safe every time. Try enhancing a piece of equipment now. Let's see if my results hold.
Orochimaru is... I don't know how to feel about that. Use crafting bench. Okay.
I've taken the liberty of performing.
Use crafting bench.
I've taken the liberty of performing a few tests. There are a few magical modifications the transmutia device can make that are safe every time. Try enhancing a piece.
I'm confused.
Let's see if my results hold. Go with courage. Greetings. Keep your life to your own.
Crafting bench. Hmm. The maximum mana with all this reservation going on would may help. However, what does prefix? What are you talking about? Suffix. Use the crafting bench. Okay, it wants me to do this. What am I missing? Undiscovered, you say? I am low on strength. There are no available slots remaining. But yeah, let's... I assume it has to be like a blank item. You know, like a common. Okay. We'll come back to this. Travel to the Weaver's Chambers. Alright. The crypt. That looks like something. That's a building. Weaver's Chambers. That could be over there. Past the riverways. Alright. We don't go that way. And just, to the west is Act 1. So we don't go much further than that either. I think we skim along the top? Because if we look here... No, we skim along the bottom. Potentially. I think the direction you go on the path indicates something. Like, versus the map. Yeah, let's fight you. Now let's just go ahead. Do whatever. Oh, you do damage. Come on, one shot. There it is. And I get a Vault Orb. Oh, good lord. What are y'all? Y'all almost killed me. A composite bow. Oh, and a wood splitter. Lovely. Ow. Whatever that is. Level 17, level 17, 16, 15. A little over-leveled here anymore. I could go back to the wetlands, level 19. Anyway, hideout. Let's try the crafting bench for this basic wood splitter. Boom. No. This one. Quest complete.
I could hardly hope for better results.
I could.
Journey well.
That's so rude. I'm sorry. Okay. Wait, actually. What do you have? Adds 16 to 32 fire damage? Are you serious? Okay. Okay. You can also choose between hideouts available with her. If you go to select hideout, you unlock more layouts as you play through the game. Oh. Why, yes you do. Act 9? Wait, there's an Act 9? Oh my god. Act 10? How big and long is this game? Where it says high expectations and then loads up on 15 different active skills. Where it says such high expectations. I'm being bullied. Listen, I can keep track of them, I swear. Damn right you're being bullied. That's more than 5 arrows. Is this working? Burning arrow, mirage archer, split arrow. Yeah, it's all connected. Nice. Yeah, it's 6 arrows. Wait, oh! It gains arrows as it levels up then? Because it started with 5. Huh. Nice. Yeah, I hadn't read it recently. Weaver's Chambers. Could that be in the Chamber of Sins? Would, we have our heading. Here we go. Y'all can die? Oh yeah. Yep, that works. And you? Yeah, that works. Cool. Oh. Oh. Yeah, we're fine. That's a huge evasion rating. Do you see this? 228. Goodness. I'm kind of curious about it. Plus 8% further increased evasion rating. 3 to maximum life. Regenerate 4.1 life per second. 7% increased stun damage. Stun and block recovery, rather. Reflects 2 physical damage. Okay. Cool. Arcane buffer. What a terrible item. What is? This one? The Weaver's Chambers are usually on the other side of the road from the waypoint. Okay. Spectral Throw. There's a spectral copy of your melee weapon. It flies out and then returns to you in a spinning attack that damages enemies in its path. That sounds terrible. I have it now, though. I don't feel like being the glaive monkey in Bloons tower defense. Rival chest. It's had much better days. I used Spectral Throw. Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe it was strong once upon a time. It doesn't seem strong with this build, at least. Though I can certainly imagine putting it with, what is it? This one, Vol Dual Strike, as some sort of, if you could somehow link it. And then you just have an army of weapon-throwing clones. It's had much better days. I used it 8 years ago. I think I made it autocast while channeling though. Ooh. I love how Frost Blades just counts as an attack, so it can critically strike just like the normal staff, I believe. Right? So you'll suddenly just deal half the enemy's health if it's a unique enemy, or just one-shot everyone. What's my crit chance? 18% just about. 17.92.
Arteri, my beautiful captain. I wish it were not you, but I cannot bring myself to trust any other with this most vital of tasks. This is the only pass between the inner and outer empire. No further exiles are to enter the inner empire. We have material...
6-hour stream, are you kidding me?
Ensure that the barricade remains in place, and if any exile should somehow pass through, kill them. I will send for you when my work is complete in San. Until we share our next night together. Bye.
Excuse me. Proclamation. Okay, one moment, proclamation.
Perversion of God's creation. Promotion of heretical beliefs.
Where the fuck am I? Oh, this is just a path. Okay.
Torture of the innocent.
Ba-ba-ba-ba.
Murder of the servants of purity. For these most severe crimes,
It's amazing how lost I can get so easily. I know. Alira, I see you. I'm gonna navigate to you and see what you've got for me. Oh. Oh yeah, okay. But wait, what if you have something more for me? Do you have anything else? Okay, you're just out of dialogue. Goodbye. They were like, nah, the voice actress has had enough acting. Suddenly, after all the dialogue, text. Silent text. Oh my god. Okay. I'm gonna pick a direction and go all the way to the ends of it. This way. Give me my next level. I want to get to that cold damage mastery. Come on. Searing Bond, you say? Sounds like fire trash. Get that out of here. We are cold only in this house now. And maybe chaos. Oh, it's a totem. There's something here. Ah, you were right. I never doubted you. Oh. Lurking venom, so I guess there's chaos damage here. Oh no, I don't like that. I don't like... I have a fear. This is a fear. Oh god. There's my level. I don't like the leg thing they do. I don't like the web thing. Make it stop. You'll be okay, you got this. Oh. Night drool, you say? Oh, a bigger spider. Oh, they teleport. I'm sure there's some that give a weapon. Like this one, Steel Infused, has a chance of a weapon. Glacial Hammer. Always feels nice. Chest. Oh. Well, damn. Bye. Oh. You too. Bye. I don't like the idea of spiders making noise, okay? I don't like the idea of them screeching. Okay, this one. Oh, I gave them hasted and steel infused. Well, dead. Oh, really? An iron staff. Let's give you a look-see. This is plus 21% to lightning resistance. Alright. You've got some tough competition. This is a victory weaver, though. Just like my, bow that previously carried me before the stream. You can screech, so why can't they? I don't like the idea of spiders having vocal cords. Not through jaws like that. No. That insinuates they have lungs. No. Wait, do they? I don't know. I don't know anything about spiders. I just don't like the idea of them having vocal cords that let them screech. But anyway, 48% increased physical damage. That's pretty nice. So that's increased physical, but you're losing out on a lot of elemental here that my corpse spell Iron Staff has. Plus 27% to physical damage over time multiplier. Do I even have that? Huh. Plus 49 to maximum mana. Plus 9% to cold resistance. Really? Okay. 11% increased stun duration on enemies. Equip it and see if it does more damage overall. It does have the same gem slots here. Let's see. I do have a... I now have a good history with the Victory Weaver, because I think Victory was my, no, Victory Horn was my bow. But we'll see. After all, the elemental damage from the other one was fire, and I won't be leveling fire, so... Still one shot. Weaver's Nest. Oh, there's more to explore. Oh, another little mini-boss. Wonderful. Yeah, you. Where's that one shot? This doesn't have the one shot. You can tooltip read? With the skills that matter. Okay. Oh, this has... Oh. Okay, Frostblade's DPS, 274.7. Attack time, 0.77. Mana cost, 7. 80 to 176 cold damage. The elemental staff is a lot stronger. Oh yeah, 347 DPS. Alright, Victory Weaver. You are not staying with us for now. Oh, good lord. Longstaff, you say? And what about you? 34 increased cold damage. Okay. Plus 13% increased cast speed. 16% increased critical strike chance for spells. Long staff. Okay, what was our DPS? This is our main ability for me to focus on, honestly. 347.4. Oh, this doesn't have the polarity I want. Well, it looks promising. They don't affect frost blades. Oh, you're right. 270, 272, 274. So yeah. Get out of here. I don't like that. Oh, you just climbed over. Okay. What about you? 41% increased physical, adds 14 to 31 fire damage. Plus 7% fire resistance. Well now. That is a little more physical. I can't use everything though. Here, I'm gonna sell one of y'all.
I am no beast of burden.
There's another area over here. How do I get there? I don't see anything I've missed. Oh. Oh, good lord. Oh! I'm like paralyzed. Oh wait, no I'm not. I'm just in the wrong loadout. Here we go. Oh! I did not like that screech. That triggered something deep within me. And I did not like it. She's gone. Oh, you didn't like that screech? How about you hear it again? Oh, God Lord! I need a moment. Would it be funnier if it didn't make you this uncomfortable? It would be... I wish I had a broom. That would be my weapon here. That would be the one-shot weapon against these spiders. You'd whack them. How about you hear it again? Oh no.
I am no beast of burden.
I am no beast of burden. Okay. I want to see what you are. Can you offer me anything? 6 life gained on kill. Well, perhaps I'll take that. And the spike. There we go. Yeah, sorry that made me uncomfortable. I can barely do spiders in Skyrim caves too. Don't like. ba 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 ba. Trunk. Fight. Oh, right. Boom. Don't get to apologize for that. Well, thank you. Cool. And this one? Yeah, I like that. We all like that. We all like one-shotting people. Travel to the forest encampment. Okay. Gotta find that again. Oh, there we go.
Piety would have concurred with Eramir's theory about that northwestern ruin. The Val were a powerful civilization predating even the Eternal Empire.
Oh, the root of the problem. We're actually about to unlock the next area.
The Val might have left for her to play with behind those stone doors. Yet we couldn't budge them. Not with that giant of a tree holding them fast in her roots. You now carry a cure to that problem. Or rather, a useful illness. Use the spike to inject the baleful gem's calibric extantia into the roots. One day soon, Piety will find her way into that ruin. You need to get there first. Till next time, shall we keep, Savior?
Oh yes, so...
Spear. Yes, that is my best spear. The one I stuck in eye of old Mother Eightlake. I think you keep it now. Let the beasts and bandits fear you even more. It is my gift to you, from one hero to another. Wait, now, you need more than just spear and happy words for this great deed. You kill Mother of all Eight Legs. You need prize. Here, when I found my spear in the forest, I found these too.
Could you imagine if Orochimaru went through the entirety of Naruto and Naruto Shippuden talking like that? I'm just imagining when he fought the Hokage initially in Naruto. Imagining dialogue like that. And I can't stop. So this would be nice if more things were a spell, but currently only Frost Bomb actually counts as a spell. It'd be much more threatening. Yes, everyone would be scared of the big Russian caveman. Area of effect, huh? Support skills have 20%, 25% more area damage, and, oh, have 30% less area of effect. Interesting. Would that be, Frost Blades? Projectile. Well then, do we have anything for projectile support? This one, supported attacks, attack skills deal 20% more elemental damage. That one is tempting to keep Frost Blades going. Support skills deal 31% more melee physical damage. Support skills deal 31% more damage when with bleeding and poison caused by melee hits. And have 10% less attack speed. Support skills have 80% less crit chance? Oh, come on. Oh, but they deal 25% more spell damage. Oh, this is just a support overall. Support skills deal 20% more elemental damage, but cannot afflict ailments. I don't know, I kind of just like this one that doesn't have a trade-off for that at all. And what about you? Shockwave support. Supports melee attack skills. Cannot support triggered attacks. Skills used by totems or skills which create minions. Support skills will trigger shockwaves on melee hit. They can only be used with maces, scepters, or staves. And what is the shockwave? Cooldown time of 1 second. Area damage is 165% of base. Effectiveness of added damage is 165%. That one is interesting. Cruelty support. Supports any skills that hit enemies. They deal 15% more damage with hits. Cruelty has a base duration of 4 seconds. Okay. Hits grant from supported skills grant cruelty. I'm tempted between just straight 20% more elemental damage, because like that really adds up, or shockwave support. It is maces, scepters, or staves, which is my lane. What is the area? I'll take this one. Alright, and that's quest complete. That's 2 quests complete. And I think that is where this one ends. Yes, indeed. It's been 6.5 hours. Goodness. And I've enjoyed myself every moment. It did not feel like 6.5 hours. It felt like, honestly, as much fun as I had, it felt like maybe 3.5 compared to other games. That's just how much time flew by. Like, that's wild. I can't wait to play more on stream. So, I hope you all had a wonderful time as much as I did. And I hope you all have a wonderful night. Yes, thank you so much for hanging out with me the majority of this stream, or all of it, really. And I hope you all have a wonderful night. I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. Have a good evening. You too. You too, Canbu and Melly. Bye-bye. Oh yes, and this will also be on the VOD channel shortly. Thank you, Canbu. You too.